Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Goon, and I'm an advisor for the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I'm also the lead designated federal officer for the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which I will herein-out refer to as the Commission. First, happy Pi Day, but also happy Women's History Month. This month, March, is set aside to honor women's contributions in American history. And many of those sitting around these tables today will no doubt leave an enduring legacy marked not only by the work being done in this room today, but also outside of these walls. With that said, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to the first commission meeting of 2023 and our fifth meeting of the commission since our commissioners were sworn in last February. Since our last meeting in December, our commissioners have been hard at work, deliberating on recommendations that will be shared in detail with the full commission and the public over the course of the meeting today. Thank you again to our distinguished commissioners for continuing to share your time, expertise, and knowledge. As you may be aware, this is a federal advisory committee, and it operates under the regulations set forth by the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The advisory committee process ensures independent review in an open and public manner with opportunities for public participation. In order to make sure that all voices are heard, we need your cooperation in coordinating communications with the commission. For our community members and partners that are watching this meeting via YouTube live stream, welcome. We are so happy to have you. This broadcast includes American Sign Language interpreters as well as closed captioning. We will not be having oral comments at this meeting. However, you may submit written comments to our email address, anpcommission@hhs.gov. That's spelled AANHPI commission@hhs.gov. We want to ensure a public and transparent process, and we want to hear from you. Your messages will be shared with the commission for their consideration. If any members of the commission are contacted by external special interest groups, please refer the contact to the WIONP team. We will arrange to share the information with the full commission. I also invite everyone to visit our website at hhs.gov/about/WIONP. That's WHIAANHPI. There you can find information about the commission's charter, commissioner biographies, and meeting materials. We will also announce upcoming meetings on our website with the dates and times, as well as through the Federal Register notice. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Crystal Kai. Crystal is the Executive Director of WIONP and the Commission. She's also the first Native Hawaiian to be appointed to this role, where she is responsible for advising the Biden-Harris administration on the coordination and implementation of federal programs, policies, and initiatives to advance economic equity, justice, and opportunity for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Crystal, I am so grateful for your selfless leadership, and our communities are lucky to have you. Crystal?
Thank you for that kind introduction, Caroline, and good morning. Aloha, everyone. As the Executive Director of the White House Initiative and the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, it is my honor to welcome you to the fifth public meeting of the President's Advisory Commission. Our commissioners were sworn in by Vice President Harris in February of 2022, and in just a little over a year, this commission has already accomplished so much thanks to the hard work and dedication of our 25 commissioners, whose leadership, expertise, and lived experiences are a reflection of the rich diversity of our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Since the Commission's inaugural meeting in February 2022, the Commission has formed 6 subcommittees that have been meeting bi-weekly to learn from subject matter experts and to craft recommendations that they have been submitting to the President on a rolling basis to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our AA and NHPI communities all across the nation. And earlier this year, the White House actually released its first ever national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPIs. This massive effort could not have been done without our colleagues and leaders across the federal government, including 32 federal agencies that submitted plans to advance equity for our communities. And many of these plans were informed by the work of this very commission, as well as from stakeholders, many of you tuning in today, and organizations all across the country who have really helped to ensure that we are being responsive to the needs of our diverse communities. Earlier this year, we were also excited to announce the kickoff of our Regional Economic Series, which was a recommendation that came out of this very commission to the administration, to the president, to ensure that we were doing more to connect local communities and small businesses and entrepreneurs with local resources as well as federal resources all across the country. So we kicked this off in Philadelphia in January. We were so honored to be joined by our co-chair, Ambassador Catherine Tai, who you will be hearing from shortly, as well as Small Business Administrator Isabel Guzman. And we actually just had an event in Chicago and we'll be in Seattle later this month. So we are really gearing up. And this, again, would not have been possible without the recommendation of our commissioners, many of whom have been present at our summits. Another recommendation from the commission that Secretary Javier Becerra mentioned during our last meeting is we are going to be gearing up to plan a mental health summit. This was, again, a recommendation that came directly from this commission. So we are seeing that in real time as the commissioners are submitting recommendations and they are being greenlit, that we are able to actually implement so many of these really, truly instrumental ways to connect federal resources with our communities all across the country. Our commissioners, to all of you, I just want to say thank you for your unwavering dedication to serving the American people and our AA and NHPI communities and ensuring that the voices of those who have been historically underserved and underrepresented are elevated at the highest levels of government. And I especially want to thank the leadership of our co-chairs, U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, as well as Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra, and our commissioner, our chief commissioner, Sonal Shah, who does a masterful job of moderating and leading these meetings. Again, all of you have provided such invaluable support, guidance, and leadership that have truly helped to make a difference and an impact in such a short amount of time. I also want to give recognition to so many of our staff behind the scenes who have been working really hard to make this happen. In particular, our White House Initiative Deputy Director Rebecca Lee, our Commission's designated federal officers Caroline Goon, who you just heard from, Sarah Edwards, and Zayan Wu. And of course, a big thanks to our colleague Erica Moritz-Sugu in the White House, who serves as Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Liaison to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. Erica is actually staffing the President today. He will be in Monterey Park, and so we are grateful to have her joining us via Zoom. And I want to also thank Erica's team, in particular Hannah Kim, who has been so instrumental to the work of this commission as well, and Georgette Furukawa. So thank you again to all of you. We know that we have a busy day ahead. We have lots of work to do as well in the coming months before this commission's term ends. But again, we are really just so impressed and gratified by the hard work that we have already seen paying off in terms of the implementation of so many of your recommendations, and look forward to a productive session ahead. So next, it is my honor to introduce our commission co-chair, Ambassador Catherine Tai. Ambassador Tai serves as the 19th United States Trade Representative and is one of 3, soon to be 4, Asian Americans in the President's Cabinet. In this role, she serves as Principal Trade Advisor, Negotiator, and Spokesperson on U.S. trade policy for the President. Ambassador Tai is a shining example of leadership for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities, and we are grateful for her tremendous leadership and all that she has done to break down barriers and champion policies that center communities that have been historically underrepresented. So Ambassador Tai, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Crystal, for that kind introduction, and it's wonderful to be here with all of you again. I'm amazed that this is the 5th public meeting of the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. And thinking back to the first meeting that we had in person here, I feel the buzz in the room and the rapport has really grown over the course of your work. I want to thank you and congratulate you on everything that you are working with us to accomplish. It is my joy and honor to serve as co-chair of this commission alongside HHS Secretary Javier Becerra. I am deeply grateful to each of you for your service and dedication. I especially want to thank Crystal, Rebecca, Erica, our DFOs, and the entire WIANPI team for making this meeting possible and making all of this work go. So much has happened since we last met in December. Things to celebrate, It is today, it's Tuesday, 2 days after the Oscars, which was a record-breaking, barrier-breaking Oscars for Asian America, something that I'm eager to talk to our Commissioner Daniel Day Kim about. So during the break, okay. At the same time, we know that times are still extremely challenging for all of us and for the AA&HPI community. In January, as many Asian Americans were celebrating the Lunar New Year, tragedy struck our community again with mass shootings in Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay, California. The administration immediately deployed our own Erica Moritsugu to be on the ground in Monterey Park after the shootings, with the vice president following a day later. President Biden today is in Monterey Park to meet with families and community affected by those shootings. As Carolyn noted, that today is Pi Day, it's March 14th. If we think back to where we were 2 years ago on March 16th, it will be the 2-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings. Another attack that rocked our community. Despite these tragedies, we continue to see the resilience of our community, including heroes like Bran from Monterey Park. I got a chance to meet Bran when he was in town for the President's State of the Union address. I was incredibly moved to hear him speak. I speak every day, and we were joking that for me, an action shot is a picture of me talking. I was so incredibly touched. I just wanted to share with you. Bran came to Washington, was invited up to the Hill, gave some remarks, and he's a young man who doesn't do this every day. As just the sincerity of his presentation, recounting an extremely traumatic event, when Congresswoman Judy Chu asked him at the end, what he took away from this experience, he shared with us, he said, I just want all of you to know that what he learned was that there is incredible courage in all of us that we might not even know we have, but that in a moment of crisis, when we are called upon to have the confidence that you have the courage inside of you to make that difference. And I carry with me that incredibly sincere and honest reflection that Bran shared with us that day. I think it's also really important for us to remember and recall, because we know we are stronger when we come together. Even through these tragedies, we will emerge as a sturdier, tighter community, more confident in our courage and our resilience and our ability to contribute. Our administration, I want to assure you, will continue to partner with AA and NHPI communities everywhere to fight for justice and equity and build a society that is freer and fairer. As Crystal mentioned, earlier this year, the administration released its first ever national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPI communities. I also want to note that on the very first day of this month, which is Women's History Month, President Biden nominated Julie Su to be the nation's next Secretary of Labor, the 4th Asian American woman to serve in his cabinet. I want you to know that this commission's efforts are directly affecting the administration's work. If by chance, for those of you who were working on the commission, it is hard for you to tell because you are inside of the commission. A great example of this impact was the inaugural White House initiative on AA and NHPI Economic Summit in Philadelphia. The summit demonstrated how your recommendations are having a concrete and real impact on people's lives, and it was also great to see some of you there. As President Biden said in his State of the Union address, we must all do our part to meet the challenges of our time, to craft intentional, inclusive policies that generate long-term and equitable economic prosperity, to uplift communities that have been underserved and historically overlooked, to build a better America by investing in ourselves, in our communities, and our small businesses. As the U.S. Trade Representative, I want you to know that trade policy plays an important role in realizing this vision. USTR was one of 32 federal agencies that created action plans to implement the administration's national AA and NHPI strategy. Our plan at USTR includes items that your subcommittees are examining closely. For example, advancing data disaggregation to better understand the distributional effects of trade and trade policy on American workers. The findings confirmed that literature and data gaps are extremely stark, especially when it comes to AA and NHPI workers. So it is clear we have more work to do and that this is really important work. That's one of the reasons why I've made it a priority to put the U.S. back into USTR. Whenever I travel, I make it a priority to meet with small businesses and AA and NHPI leaders across the country, and I'll be doing exactly that later this week. Their stories emphasize the human impacts of my work as U.S. Trade Representative. I am inspired by their stories always, and their stories of resilience and ingenuity. I also want to share with you that when I travel internationally, it is very clear to me how our diaspora communities, and in particular our AA and HPI communities too, are incredible resources and assets of the United States as a globally connected nation. When I am in the Asia Pacific, when I travel in the Americas, it is inspiring to me the people-to-people connectivity that we have through our communities with the rest of the world, and that these communities are important bridges and bridge builders for the work that we have to do internationally as part of our economic and foreign policy. As I close, I want to say again that this commission is integral to this administration's efforts to advance equity, tackle anti-Asian violence, ensure inclusion and belonging, and build an economy for all Americans. Your work is so critical in our fight to form a more perfect union, one not based on violence and division, but on unity, peace, and prosperity for all of our communities. As you enter your second year as commissioners, I hope you can see the many ways that your service is affecting people's lives. I'm grateful to each and every one of you for serving as partners in this endeavor. Today's meeting is another opportunity to build on our progress. I look forward to reading the recommendations that you approve today. Thank you, thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Erica Moritsugu, our phenomenal leader at the White House, who I see on screen and I am eager to hear from.
We're deeply grateful for your tireless leadership and for all that you do to advance the priorities of the Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander communities. I'm so sorry I can't join you at the White House today. I was really looking forward to welcoming you in person. But I will be with the President today in Monterey Park, California, where he'll reaffirm his commitment to reducing gun violence and offer his supports to impacted families, state and local leaders, and first responders following the mass shooting that here at the local dance studio shook our entire community and the nation. As the ambassador mentioned, I had the solemn honor of representing the administration on the grounds in Monterey Park in the immediate aftermath of the shooting to grieve with the community at vigils, deliver the president's letter to the community, and accompany the vice president as she met with the families of the victims and reaffirmed the administration's commitment to provide federal resources to the AA and NHPI communities. It's humbling to be back here with the president. I wish it was for a more cheerful occasion. However, the president's visit to Monterey Park today, in recognition of our community's resilience amidst pain, shows our community, I hope, that in the country and the world, that tragedy does not define us. I'm proud that our president truly cares about our communities and sees us. I'm sure he would have loved to have met you all today and find so much hope, knowing you're working so hard to improve the lives of the AAN and HPI communities, including finding ways to promote belonging and inclusion and address anti-Asian hate and discrimination, expand language access, build better data, and cultivate more community partnerships. Because all of this is so critical to our communities, including those impacted in Monterey Park and in Atlanta, where we'll soon mark another anniversary of the spa murders. Your work will be crucial in uplifting our brothers and sisters, whether in the aftermath of a mass shooting or an unreported hate incident, as we build unity and resilience, we heal and rise stronger together. So thank you, commissioners. Thank you for your leadership and efforts. I've had the pleasure of working with you for more than a year now, and I know each of you shares the President's Day One commitments to meet the needs of underserved communities so that all Americans can thrive and share in our nation's prosperity. By now, you've seen this administration implement many of your recommendations, and we look to you to hold us accountable. We truly appreciate you for lending your stories, experiences, and expertise, time, and your feedback is needed as we work to advance the administration's whole of government equity strategy. On his first day in office, President Biden issued an executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. And since day one, this administration has centered equity in everything we do. Just in the last month, President Biden signed a second executive order to strengthen the administration's equity mandate and formalize his goal of increasing the share of federal contracting dollars awarded to small disadvantaged businesses by 50% by 2025. And as has been mentioned, the president recently nominated the Honorable Julie Su to serve as our country's next Secretary of Labor. Julie is a lifelong champion for workers and a proud daughter of immigrants from China. She is the embodiment of the American dream, as the president said, and we're going to have another champion in Julie as a cabinet member. So as we enter the second year of your term, we will continue to seek your guidance and labor of love. You've already been one of the most active and effective commissions to date, if you don't mind me saying so. The impact of your recommendations and advice to the president is being felt across all levels of this administration. And as I've mentioned in previous meetings, we do not do this work alone. Not only do you have the help of our good friends and colleagues at the White House Initiative on AAN and HPIs, but you have the full support of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and this White House. Thank you so much for being in partnership with us. I look forward to seeing the recommendations that you consider today. Mahalo nui for sharing this space. I hope to see you in person soon. And with that, I'll turn things over to our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah, who's going to lay out the Commission's charge and goals. Sonal, over to you.
Well, thank you, Erica. We're sorry to miss you here, but we're glad that you're in California with the president. So it's an important visit, and it's important and a gratefulness to the president and the vice president for having made the effort to go out there, to go and meet with the communities. It's critical. Okay, so all the fun stuff is over. Now we get to do all the hard work. It is going to be going through each of our recommendations to report on the priorities that each of the subcommittees have been working on. As you report these recommendations, I know we're gonna have 20 minutes per group. Each subcommittee will have 20 minutes per recommendation to work through. So as you present, then we'll have about 13 to 15 minutes for a conversation, to take questions. And again, for those of you that are online, thank you for joining us. You are welcome to submit your comments online. So as Caroline has already pointed out, we will be voting at the end of the day. So all of the recommendations will be voted on one by one at the end, so we will not be breaking those up. So just please keep that in mind. Important things, if you would like to speak, just please put up your tent card. For those of you, for the commissioners that are on Zoom, if you wouldn't mind just using your raise hand function, we will make sure we are keeping track of that. And remember to turn on your mic when you are speaking and turn off the mic when you are not speaking. And that's the same for those of our colleagues on Zoom. Please make sure that when you are done speaking, that you turn off your speaker, your mic, and that way we can make sure that we are having a conversation and not hearing all the background. So we will try to incorporate our Zoom colleagues, our commissioners on Zoom, because we want to make sure we can keep integrated. In the new world that we live in, we can be both. And if you see me keep continuing to turn around, it will be me trying to keep track of and making sure I'm paying attention to the hands on Zoom. So with that, let's go ahead and get started because it is important that we get moving. And I am going to turn it over to Emily for the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee to get started. So Emily, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning and welcome. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ambassador Tai, Secretary Becerra, Eriko Moritsuku, Crystal Kai, and the dedicated WIAMPI team. The co-chairs of the Data Disaggregation Committee are Sarah Min, Dr. Reno Samoa, and Dr. Robert Underwood. In addition to myself, Kai-Yin Yang is also a member. The non-commissioned members are Dr. Nines Ponce and Dr. Joseph Kiave Kaholukula. Our DFO is Sarah Edwards. I also want to share and include marks from the Federal Register notice. Our committee heard and agreed with what the community has said, and with the key topics of agreement being on community engagement, multi-pronged approach to gathering data, and collecting data at the geographical level to include community-specific data. Our priority issue areas are ensure equitable data inclusion through data collection, analyzing, and reporting data, especially for underrepresented AA and NHPI populations. Facilitate improved access for community advocates to use federal agency data to more effectively inform policy changes. Foster impactful three-way dialogue between communities, academic researchers, and federal agencies for more consistent reporting. Pursue joint recommendations with other subcommittees, including health equity, language access, and belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, and anti-discrimination. Call for the investigation of more accurate methods and strategies to capture ethnocultural, language, and multiracial identity characteristics for AA and NHPI communities. Lastly, highlight best practices from priority federal agencies for data disaggregation. We had two presentations. The first from the U.S. Census Bureau. They presented an overview of the U.S. Census Bureau's Office of Strategic Alliance, as well as their outreach strategies to reach AA and NHPI communities and facilitate data sharing. We heard from Anna Owens, Deputy Chief, Office of Strategic Alliance, U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Department of Commerce. Mayomi Hairston Escalante, Partner Liaison, Office of Strategic Alliance, U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Department of Commerce. Nicole Scalianello, Assistant Division Chief for Communications, American Community Survey Office, U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Department of Commerce. And Bina Kawe Mosman Safi, Branch Chief, Congressional Affairs Office, Office of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs, U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Department of Commerce. Our second presentation was from Neil Ware, President and Founder, Equally American. Kara Brumfield, Associate Director, Center on Poverty and Inequality, Georgetown Law. J. June Lee, Policy and Data Analyst, Center on Poverty and Inequality, Georgetown Law. They presented on advancing data equity in the U.S. territories. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Robert Underwood for our recommendation.
Just quickly, all commissioners, when you are speaking into the microphone, can you move the microphone closer to you so our colleagues on Zoom can hear us too?
Hafidei, and to all of you watching from Guam, good evening, and good morning to the rest of you. Of the 5 U.S. territories, only Puerto Rico receives more state-like treatment in the federal statistical system as a result of a 1992 presidential memorandum signed by President George H.W. Bush. The other U.S. territories, American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, are not included in the federal statistical system. This disproportionately and unfairly excludes the people living in those territories from essential statistical data on housing, labor force participation, demographic changes, and environmental challenges, which in turn excludes these people from visibility in policymaking, political representation, and some $1.5 trillion in federal funding that is issued based on this statistical data. The recommendation and the chart here that you see has been prepared by Equally American and the Georgetown Center on Inequality and Poverty. As you can see, our recommendation is that the White House issue an executive order that gives the U.S. territories at least comparable treatment to Puerto Rico in the standards, policies, and norms in federal departments and agencies regarding the treatment of U.S. territories in the statistical system. The 5 U.S. territories, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, the Northern Marianas, and American Samoa, equal 3.6 million people, or the equivalent of the 5 smallest U.S. states combined. Despite this large population, the U.S. territories are largely neglected in a variety of federal statistical systems. There are 4 primary surveys contributing to population, household, and workforce data. Of these 4 data sets, the U.S. territories are only represented in 1, the decennial census. The exception to this is Puerto Rico, which is represented in 3 of the 4 surveys due to the more state-like treatment granted in President George H.W. Bush's 1992 memorandum. The overwhelming majority of the populations of the remaining territories represent minority communities, and the 3 Pacific Island territories are overwhelmingly AA and NHPI populations. This level of exclusion is simultaneously a racial justice, an equity issue, and a political status issue. The data from these surveys are used to inform policy in areas of housing, education, health care, and political representation, amongst other key issues. Further, this data is used to determine allocations for federal funding exceeding $1.5 trillion. Subsequently, the absence of data denies the territories the ability to access data on their economic, healthcare, education, public migration, and social vulnerability indices, which has had dramatic impacts on policy making. For example, the failure to include territories in the other data sets affects the allocation of housing programs, road construction, employment programs, and most notably, and especially important to us, response to climate change. Additionally, the exclusion from federal data paves the way to exclusion from private data collections and reporting. Recently, Implan, which is a private firm that conducts economic impact research, announced that they will no longer include the Pacific Island territories due to the inadequacy of the census-generated economic data. In 2021, President Biden declared that there can be no second-class citizens in the United States of America and signed the executive order 14031, which solidified his commitment to equitable, disaggregated data for the AA and NHPI community, and we urge that a new executive order be granted in order to ensure equity in disaggregated data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Underwood, and I think this is, so glad to see this recommendation, but I wanted to open it up for comments from our commissioners.
Thanks. I am blown away. I am shocked that this is not going on, and thank you so much for this recommendation. Really needed, fully support.
Daniel?
Quick question. Are you aware, or is anyone aware of any justifications for these territories' exclusion?
In general, the Census Bureau might argue that the populations are so small that it is difficult to collect data. But I think that in this case, the priority should be policy over statistical analysis, the ease of statistical analysis. So I think for many years that has been the commonly stated refrain. So it's especially important for us because if you can imagine the way that that federal programs are allocated, and so we don't know what our unemployment rates are. We have no way of knowing that, and the census data is not helping us. So there was an attempt to provide legislation for this last year, but of course it ended without Congress.
Are there other comments? Again, I think such an important time to be doing this, and so important that we do collect data because it drives data collection at state, local, every other level based on how that is done. So really important.
Thanks.
All right, if there are no other questions, we are going to.
On behalf of the A team, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Dr. Underwood. Thank you for the recommendation, and thank you for all the hard work in the committee. I know this took a lot of time and really appreciate, this is also coming out of a previous commission conversation, so really appreciate the recommendation. All right, we are going to keep moving then. The Language Access Subcommittee. Victoria, I believe you are going to take the lead for us here.
Yes, that's right. Heartfelt thanks to the White House Initiative and the White House, Ambassador Tai and Secretary Becerra, and the commissioners, just for all the incredible recommendations so far. I'm Victoria Nguyen. I'm honored to be here and provide the report out for the Language Access Subcommittee. The subcommittee includes 7 commissioners and ex officio member. Co-chairs include myself, Victoria Nguyen, Dr. Amy Abayani, and also Dr. Kimberly Chang. And we're joined by Commissioners Carrie Doi, Commissioner Grace Huang, Commissioner Ajay Bhattacharya, who's joining us virtually, and Commissioner Simon Pang joining us virtually as well. And our ex officio member is Laureen Lagaran, and special thanks to our DFO, Zan Wu. And I would be remiss if we don't acknowledge the contributions from our former non-commissioner, Deanna Zhang. And then, so the next slide talks about our priority issue areas, and these are the areas that we're operating under, working with other subcommittees, as well as incorporating feedback from the community. And we have 7 priority issue areas. The first is to improve language access in the justice system, increase public outreach, and that includes the distribution of language access information out to our communities in languages our communities can understand. The third is improve language access funding for healthcare. These include centers, clinics, and other areas that are affiliated with funding from the federal government to serve limited English proficient LEP families. And the fourth is prioritizing and expanding federal funding, and that's funding for AA and HPI language access, including all the vital services that come with accessible services in the language arena. And then the next is build a pipeline for language interpreters and translators, and having in-house staff, right? And the incentives to keep that workforce in place, and then also to move more people in the pipeline. And then we have translating federal agency communications. And if we've seen all the federal websites, they're right now in English and in Spanish. There may be other materials there, but you know, our recommendations are looking at multiple languages for the AA and HPI communities across the different federal agencies. And last but not least is about data disaggregation, collecting and analyzing this data, but specifically around languages within limited English proficient populations. And during the past few months, we've invited speakers and subject matter experts to come and join us. The first is Ken Han. He's a senior program manager with the Asian Pacific Institute for Gender-Based Violence, API GBV, and he provided information on language access, the challenges and barriers of our AA and HPI limited English proficient communities, and shared recommendations based on the implementation of Title VI in the state and local government. And then next we had Dr. Keiki Kwai'a, Director of Kahaka Ula o Ke Alikolani College of Hawaiian Language. So for my Hawaiian commissioners, I hope I did that justice. University of Hawaii at Hilo, a member of the Native Educator Education Committee of the National Indian Education Association. She also serves as a board member of the World's Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium. We had a great conversation, and she provided background on the history of the Native Hawaiian language preservation work and how, with the efforts of the current language revitalization. We learned so much about the programs, the funding, and the federal support that exists, and also the recommendations for more support for the language promotion and preservation. And then we also were joined by Stanton Inamoto, Senior Program Director of the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations, U.S. Department of Interior. We learned a lot about the relationship between the Native Hawaiian community and the federal government, and she shared a lot of information and current federal efforts to incorporate Native Hawaiian language and perspectives to the Department of Interior's work. And the last but not least, we also had the Department of Health and Human Services through SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And we learned a lot about the background, the structure of the basic operations of the very important and vital services of 988, Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and the information about the current interpretation and language options for 988. Because I'm sure folks are asking, well, how is our AA and HPI community accessing this service that is nationally available? And we heard from the director, Monica Johnson, from 988 and Behavioral Health and Crisis Coordinating Office, as well as the deputy director, John Palmieri, and the division director of James Wright. And through these conversations, we were able to incorporate a lot of the recommendations into our recommendations this round, as well as for future recommendations. So we have one recommendation to put forward, and I'll pass it over to Commissioner Ajay Butorio, who's on virtual. Ajay, we have some some sound issues with.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Leadership, Ambassador Catherine Sai, Secretary Javier Becerra, Crystal Kai, Rebecca Lee, Erika Montesego, Sonal Shah, and our amazing DFOs, Caroline, Sarah, Zayn, and good morning. I'm grateful to all our fellow commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to let me present this recommendation. So this recommendation around 988 Suicide and Crisis Helpline only offers support in English and Spanish, which may not be accessible to all individuals in the United States. Let me give you some background and rationale. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Hotline is a vital source for individuals experiencing mental health crisis and offers the most comprehensive mental health support in the country. It is an essential tool for all individuals in emotional distress to access crucial help and support. The creation of 988 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strengthen and expand the lifeline and transform America's behavioral health crisis care system to the one that saves lives by serving anyone at any time from anywhere. And what we want to add is in any language across the nation, and aims to providing needed evaluation and crisis intervention in the community wherever possible, and better meet the behavioral health needs of all people experiencing crisis. One of the reasons, our subcommittee, we have personally seen, examples of many unfortunate incidents. A few weeks back, there was a student who jumped off from the Golden Gate Bridge and ended his life. There was a student who ended his life in a dormitory by hanging herself. And many students I listened to and heard them from, they're not able to access mental health mental health support, because the ratio of teachers to mental health counselors to is 1:400, in terms of student and mental health counselor ratio. So this lifeline is available to anyone, anywhere, and providing support who can reach out for stigma, to reduce the stigma around surrounding mental health and substance use issues. So with this, I will look at the recommendation, which I am not able to see on my screen. Give me 1 second. If it can be brought on the screen, Caroline, the recommendation. Could you please share the recommendation on the screen so I can?
Ajay, it's on the screen already.
Okay. Yeah, in my Zoom, I'm not able to see it. So let me open the presentation. It will take me a minute. On the Zoom, I'm not able to see it, so.
Ajay, can I recommend that Victoria go ahead and read the recommendation that's on the screen?
Ajay, would that be okay if I
Yeah,
read
I
the
got it. I got it. Yeah, so the recommendation says that the Commission recommends expanding the availability and access to 988 through providing language assistance services in multiple AA and NHPI languages and expanding outreach to AA and NHPI communities. By 2024, SAMHSA should develop a national action plan with regional languages specificity to expand the capacity of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Helpline to provide 24/7 live in language counseling services in the top A and HPI languages, in addition to interpretation services, and increasing resources to community-based A and HPI organizations that can serve languages of lesser diffusion. Next recommendation. By September 2023, SAMHSA should translate 988 materials in web pages, social media, listserv announcements, and public outreach materials into top A and HPI languages, consistent with the HHS Equity Action Plan to address the inequities causing underutilization of 988 Lifeline by A and HPI populations. Last, by September 2023, SAMHSA should partner with federal agencies, including the U.S. Department of Education, to focus on youth outreach in schools and colleges, as well as ANHPI community organizations and media, to promote the 988 service and the availability of mental health services. So with this, with this recommendation, the subcommittee requests that converting the line, offering the service in multiple ANHPI languages would help reduce the stigma surrounding mental health and substance use within the ANHPI communities. Many people may be reluctant to seek help for these issues due to cultural or language barriers, and providing support in their own language could encourage more people to seek the help they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Victoria. I think for those of you that were watching online, just note that Ajay just went in a slightly different order than what's on the screen, but it's the same material, so please note that. I would like to open it up to our commissioners. I see Luisa has her card up for any questions or comments.
Hi, I really support this recommendation from Language Access, but I did have a question. There is Title VI in this country where documents, language access is supposed to be available. Did any of the speakers address that, like why they didn't implement Title VI in their own agency?
So from the speakers that we did hear from, I don't think we had a direct response about Title VI, but we did hear that we had some questions about the language access that were happening in the regional areas. I know the 988 team did share that there were regions that had better access to services just because of the organizations that were available that provided the language access support. But we're definitely going to make note about, I guess as we further discuss the recommendations or further recommendations to ensure that, Title VI is being implemented, especially in the area of access to mental health services and crisis lines.
No, I just think it's really important, that we bring it up and hold the federal government agencies accountable. I mean, these are laws that got enacted years ago. and for them not to enact it really says something, and that it takes a commission in 2021, or whenever we were appointed, to bring this up, right? And I think the strategic plan that was submitted to President Biden, I think it's on all of us to make sure that, okay, is this being implemented, right? But thank you so much for raising it.
Okay, Dr. Underwood.
Of course, I very much endorse this plan, and one of the things that we learned in terms of the public input, even that we paid attention to for the Data Disaggregation Committee, is that there's an intersection between language use and geography. And so that, sometimes these things are analyzed on a nationwide basis, and some languages are very small in number, but in certain regions or in certain areas, they're very large in number. And so I think there should be some attention to that in the intersection between geography and ethnic data and language use, which sometimes is masked by just looking at it at a national level. So when they say, we're only going to do the 10 most common languages, or we're going to do 15 most common languages, you'll find that in some areas of the country, the most common languages are not in those 15. And so that's an important aspect to remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Underwood. Mia.
I was actually going to talk a little bit about what Robert just mentioned. I definitely support the translation and interpretation for 9A. I think also being able to track where we are not providing those specific languages in different regions, like he said, is going to be important to understand where we aren't providing those services, and then also pushing for not just the minimum. It is also important. I know on here it's pretty broad in saying interpret in more AA and NHPI languages, but I wonder if we should push farther on that and saying like regionally it should be translated in specific languages, and then depending on the percentage of usage, and then also wondering if there's a specific reason, like Luisa said, in why they're not utilizing those languages in those areas. If there's no service providers that are in that area that do it in those specific languages, then that's another issue unto itself.
Great point. Grace.
I was going to somewhat echo what Mia just raised, but one of the things in response to Luisa's question is that, the national agency contracts with local organizations to provide the service in terms of who's calling. And so to the extent that those local organizations have that capacity, there, I think, is more need for positive support, I guess, or pressure to make sure that those agencies have that capacity. And at the same time, as somebody who works in a field where when you're talking about mental health issues, the providers all hopefully at a minimum have the capacity to use interpreters or translation services, when they're talking to people on the phone. But ideally, I would hope there'd be more support for actual mental health providers or trained staff that speak that language fluently and are able to, develop that rapport with folks who are calling. And so there's a long way to go in terms of our mental health resources generally across the country, and then this additional layer is important in terms of highlighting the need for trained staff that have that capacity as well as cultural competence.
Thank you. Completely support and in alignment with the health Equity Committee, I think we understand the growing need around mental health services and the growing need for that across the country. I also just wanted to note for the record and for committee, appreciate you welcoming both Stanton Inamoto and our representative from the community college, so that we can also talk about, while not directly related to this, the need for Native Hawaiian language preservation and support for those services moving forward. Mahalo.
Thank you, Michelle. Aijen?
I also really support this recommendation, and I know this is about the entry point is language access, but I do think that there is a way in which meeting young people where they are is a larger question, obviously, than just language, and so just in the point about how we do this outreach, how we're leveraging the fact that young people are unsocial and they're just meeting people where they are, I think is going to be as essential as the language access. And so just wondering if the committee heard from any of the speakers about that or had any conversation about that in the context of this recommendation.
So this work is intersectional with the Health Equity Committee subcommittee, and we did hear in the Health Equity subcommittee, and I think you'll hear a recommendation about that from Commissioner Ives-Ruble.
Thank you. Smita?
Thank you. This is a great recommendation. It's sort of an interesting one, especially today as our president is in Monterey Park, and we're thinking about, and clearly as we have another recommendation coming through the health equity on youth mental health as well. It's the language access is, I think, Aijen, I like the way you formulated it's an entry point, right? To making sure that people start to seek these treatments. And, especially in any community, we have a sort of there's not always this comfort level that it's okay to be seeking mental health support. And by having this language access available, it in one sense also destigmatizes it for our community. So I know that there was another point made that'll be addressed in the youth one, that it's also the #1 cause of death in young people. And so having all of these options available, just starting to make these small steps are not small steps, they're big steps, because they start to open the doors to solving a problem. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Smita. Kevin?
I just think that this is a great opportunity to be able to talk a little bit about 988 service, because I'll be honest, I'd never heard of it until this recommendation was brought up. And I think based on some of the back and forth, I think it could be a little confusing for people in the audience just listening in exactly how it works, because part of the conversation was about it getting connected to regional services at the same time. So is the recommendation really that if I were to call 988, that there would be a direct person who is a mental health counselor who can in language help me? Or is it that 988 would say, where are you calling from? Are you in New York City? And then they would connect me to the regional New York City mental health services, suicide prevention. And so are we talking about directing dollars to, for example, in that case, New York City's suicide prevention mental health services? Or are we talking about 988 having their own cadre of in-language mental health experts?
No, that's a great question, Kevin. When we invited 988 to come and speak, we did fire off a lot of questions because we wanted to understand. I know that not everyone was familiar with the 988, especially during the rollout nationally. We did learn that there was a regional approach, right, with calling the 988 number. It did get dispatched to wherever you're calling from in the region. We do understand that in the region, not all regions are created equally. There are, regions with more partners with language capacities than some, but we also understand that there was also a national kind of a backup, right, in the event that individuals were making phone calls and they were not connected with local, and there was an opportunity to connect with on-the-phone interpreters as well. I know that it's still kind of a work in progress with connecting, from my understanding, with languages that may not be available in the region. And I'll open the floor for Commissioner Ajay, Batorio, or Kim to.
Caller, it would be transparent. When he calls, based on where he's calling from, the 988 service will direct his call to the regional network, but the caller will get the service what he needs, and to support him through the mental health crisis and any other help they need. So.
Kimberly, are you gonna?
Yeah, so actually, it's three different parts, Kevin. The first part is that we want the materials translated, on the website, the written materials. The second part is, we heard from the 988 service that, when they rolled it out, they only had like 60 calls from AA and NHPI communities. And we asked them, well, the calls should mirror what the prevalence is in terms of the mental health and the needs within the community, and why is it not? What do you think are the barriers? And some of those barriers came out that, they haven't done enough outreach necessarily within our communities. When people call, they only have the live mental health trained counselors in English and Spanish. The rest is used through a language line interpreter service, and then, as Commissioner Nguyen noted, it gets regionally dispatched. And then there's regional geographic barriers to that as well, and the time zones and when people are available. And then the third thing is that wanting to connect with the Department of Education, and Commissioner Batoria was very, very clear that this is very much needed to get that outreach into the youth, as Commissioner Pooh mentioned, meeting the youth where they're at. So it's a kind of a multi-part thing with many barriers that we're trying to address. I hope, yeah.
Kaying, did you put your note down, or are you?
I did,
Okay.
but can I say something too? Yeah. I really appreciate adding the youth portion and working with schools. I feel, I know this is a very specific recommendation, and I know there's a lot of context and complexity when we work with our communities. And I think being an education advocate for a long time, Asian American young people are still often invisible. And I think part of this is really because of the lack of data, right? And that the data often says that we're the model minority. So I just wanted to add that. But I also want to say that I wonder if in the future, or if you've discussed community engagement, because a lot of the CBOs that are working with youth actually have better training and preparedness to work with young people in our communities. And so how is 988 service connecting with those community-based organizations? Because just having someone who speaks the language but is not well trained or understand the community could also be very problematic and have a bad negative impact on young people and communities that don't necessarily work with the mainstream community. So I just wanted to add that. I mean, we don't have to discuss it here today, but it's something to think about, and I'm sure that you've discussed it in your committee as well, too. So thank you very much. I really look forward to seeing how this can be implemented.
Victoria.
And I also want to, share some spotlight for the caregivers and family members as well, who may be limited English proficient, that may need additional resources, to share with their family member that maybe is going through a crisis situation. And I just wanted to kind of uplift that too, because I know that's something that we often don't, speak about or bring to the table, especially the family members and the caregivers who are there to offer support or part of that support system.
So I'm going to close the discussion on this, but just to say, I think important recommendation. I think you all heard from everyone that this is sort of a first step into, and I know there's a second recommendation coming on youth and mental health, but just summarize like 3 big points here. One, the data and knowing where the communities are and which communities are being affected, and using that data effectively will matter on which language is also important. Two, really thinking about where we find people and making sure people in our own communities even know about 988, that in itself is also a challenge, and making sure that that's available, and especially for the youth, like where are they and how are they finding it? And then really thinking about the sort of many of the lines along the lines were around community engagement, but also recognizing the Native Hawaiian component and making sure that we're looking at not just a NHPI, but also looking at the Native Hawaiian portion of it, and ensuring that the communities in the Native Hawaiian community also have access. So with that, I'm going to close out this particular. Thank you for all the great comments. Thank you for all the great work that has been done on this. It's such an important opportunity. I think 988 is an important a first step into ensuring and helping those that are in crisis with mental health. We are going to take a break for 15 minutes, and we will come back with the Health Equity Subcommittee's recommendations, which we've got quite a few to go through there. So look forward to seeing you back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. All right, we are going to keep going through, and I really appreciate the first two recommendations were great. So more to come. We're going to go right into the Health Equity Subcommittee's recommendations, and Mia, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much. And want to recognize my other folks on the committee, subcommittee, co-chairs Teresita Batiola, Carrie Doi, and myself, and then the members Victoria Huen, Dr. Kimberly Chang, and Michelle Kau'u Honi, and Dr. Kamal Kalsi, and Ajay Batuoria, and then the non-commissioned member, Dr. Gwen No Metzinger. And we have multiple priority issue areas that we are addressing, including combating domestic, intimate, physical and or sexual violence, addressing mental health issues, including a focus on AA and NHPI anti-bullying resources, human trafficking, COVID-19 and equitable responses, environmental justice, challenges in accessing healthcare, data collection and disaggregation issues, and healthcare workforce. First, we want to thank the Department of Health and Human Services for starting to plan our recommendation on hosting a summit on mental health for AA and NHPI communities. We're excited to see our recommendation come to fruition. We also want to recognize the amazing presenters who came to talk to us about, in particular, around mental health issues. We got a presentation from mental health presenters, including Dr. Amy Alexander, who is from the Association for College of Psychiatry, Dr. Ann Lee, who is a director of Children's Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program from New York City's Bellevue Hospital Center, Dr. Warren Ning, who is the president of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Donna Tran, who is the national president of the Asian Pacific American Medical Student Association, and Dr. Mariam Zulfinger, who is the student mental health fellow. And then we also got a presentation from the National Institutes of Health, from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Elcio Perez Stable, and Dr. Shobia Srinvasan, and Dr. Yuling Hong, and Dr. Jake Ling, and Dr. Gabrielle Lay. We also got an amazing presentation from AAPI Youth Rising from Mina Fedor and Jocelyn Lai and Ethan Su. And then we also got a presentation from the Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, and that was from Carter Blakely and Emmeline Ochia. So we're thankful for all of those presenters who came to speak to us about, in particular, mental health issues. So I want to go to the first problem statement, which is talking about while the leading cause of death for AA and NHPI youth is suicide, AA and NHPI youth are some of the least likely to utilize mental health services. And so the, there we go. The background, where is that? sorry, hold on. Just trying to get to the background. So the background rationale, mental health issues for AA and NHPI youth are on the rise. Suicide was the leading cause of death for Asian Americans and Pacific Islander youth in 2019. Major depressive episodes rose in AA and NHPI youth from 10% to 13.6% from 2015 to 2018. As stigma and discrimination rose throughout the pandemic, Asian Americans who experienced those issues saw an increase in anxiety, depression, and sleep issues. In the first quarter of 2020 alone, anti-Asian hate crimes rose 164%. There's a significant need for culturally competent mental health professionals. In 2020, the U.S. population included 7.2% of Asians and 0.5% of Pacific Islanders. Unfortunately, only 1.1% of mental health counselors were Asian in 2022. So our recommendations, as part of the National AA and NHPI Mental Health Summit, we would like them to launch an AA and NHPI Youth Mental Health Campaign, tentatively titled the Tiger Youth Mental Health Campaign, run by a collaboration between the Department of Health and Human Services and Department of Education. We would like the campaign to include a community volunteer mentorship component, similar to the Obama administration's My Brother's Keeper initiative, to help create healthy mental health environments that build resilient AA and NHPI youth. We would also like to see a creation of an education campaign for AA and NHPI youth on culturally competent, healthy mental health practices, and run ads partnering with AA and NHPI celebrities discussing the importance of cultural and community pride in mental health, published on platforms utilized by AA and NHPI communities. We would also like to see increased funding to the National Institutes of Health for research on culturally competent, effective treatments and approaches for AA and NHPI individuals with mental health symptoms, and expand substance abuse and mental health services administration, SAMHSA, minority fellowship programs, and health resources and Services Administration loan repayment programs to target AA and NHPI behavioral health trainees and professionals.
Thank you, Mia. I'm going to open up the conversation here for commissioners for any questions you might have. I know this sort of was the last conversation. Now we're talking about the mental health and youth component. Sarah, let's start with you.
Thank you so much for that recommendation. On behalf of the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee, we received responses, as Emily mentioned, from the Federal Register notice, and I just want to share some thoughts that were submitted by the National Asian American Pacific Islander Mental Health Association on similar topics. One is that they include a component in part of their own initiative targeting young people, which is helping students recognize the importance of claiming their identity, however defined, as a protective factor against racism and homophobia, as they develop a healthy and positive sense of self. So I thought that was a key point maybe to include in this campaign. The other point, which intersects with data collection, is not to gather data that's just demographic, but also to know if the person is first generation, and if so, did they come as refugees or immigrants, or were they colonized, as with NH and PI? Are they third or fourth generation, multiracial, or adopted, as each subpopulation may have different trauma histories and may be impacted by different social determinants of health and have different perceptions of mental health and/or have different ways of communicating. So I just wanted to share that as it relates to this recommendation. Thank you.
Mia, do you have a comment?
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I love to hear that data disaggregation part, particularly as an adoptee, to hear the adoption part. But also, I think that's why we included community pride within the recommendation of saying, you know, it is an important factor within creating sort of that resilience factor within the youth population.
Nahid? Oh, Kimberly, did you have anything to add to this? Okay, Nahid.
I wanted to commend you for this recommendation. This is so important, and I think we don't even talk about the stigma enough about getting assistance when you need mental health assistance, and so I think this is incredibly important to call out this issue. I had one quick question. I was wondering how you all came up with the name, the suggested name. I might be misunderstanding something, but is tiger like a cultural reference? Like, I just wanted to make sure that because this is so important to so many different Asian communities that if we are going to propose a name, and apologies if I misunderstood the meaning of this, but we should make sure that the name is just as inviting as the idea.
We are 100% open to whatever name we want to put. It was just a suggestion and something that just came up into, so totally open to changing the name.
Thank you, Nahid. Kimberly?
Yes, this was in response to Commissioner Min's comments and the submitted comments from the Federal Register. Would you suggest specifically putting something into the recommendation that identified some of the root causes of mental health stigma and exclusion and isolation, particularly, as you mentioned, identities, however defined, to combat homophobia, transphobia, et cetera, given the stigma that many youth are experiencing around that? What would you suggest?
I think that's a great idea. I would also pass this submission on to the Health Equity Committee and maybe follow up with the association, since they've done, it sounds like, pretty specific work around targeting youth. So maybe just to include also there, since it's not my particular expertise, but just sharing the information. But I do think that since they've been running this specific campaign, they might have valuable feedback and learnings that they can share to further their knowledge and specifically targeting people effectively.
Thank you. I think it does raise a question, and we'll come back to it, of whether there is a specific change in the recommendation or addition to the recommendation, just so we can resolve that in between to make sure we get that. I have Luisa.
Hi, thank you for bringing this up, but in my little small part of the world here, one of the things that we've had to address in Alameda County, and not very successfully, but is the shortage of mental health therapists. I don't know if it's a problem with colleges no longer offering that, but we can't resolve this problem unless we have AA, NHPI, mental health therapists and counselors, because it's just too much. The burden's too much, right? So I don't know where this goes or who can figure out, how many AA and HPI mental health therapists or counselors that we have already.
I know in the recommendation itself or in the justification, it shows how limited, it's 1.1% in 2022 of therapists. And so I think it's a question, I think maybe just for the subcommittee to think about as a follow-on recommendation, maybe to think about how to increase the number of therapists in the AA and HPI communities so we can address that. It may not be for this recommendation, Luisa, but I do think it's an important question of addressing the, Teresita.
It is at a crisis point, and that is very important. We have recommendations we're working on for workforce, so we'll definitely include that.
Last two, Grace and Dr. Underwood.
Yes, thank you for this recommendation. I was just going to suggest we have in the Belonging Inclusion Committee started talking about some of these elements around inclusion and, I guess, healthy self-perception, I guess. And I don't know if that's the term. But anyways, I hope that we might have opportunities to partner in the future between the two committees to explore some of the elements of possibly campaigns or whatever, because that is something that we've discussed. And I'm volunteering that without having talked to my co-chairs.
Robert, thank you, Grace.
This is an incredibly important topic, especially in Guam, where the suicide rate is twice the national average. And for years, the way that people analyzed this was to try to find some kind of deficiency in the culture of people rather than using the culture of people to help them get through this. And so this is such a valuable mind shift, you know. And so but that takes a lot of work. It's easy to say, but it takes a lot of work. So that's something that is really vitally important to this. So identity, the relationship between your identity, a lot of it is connected to LGBTQ as well, and how people are treating it and how people respond to this. But this shift of working, the shift away from looking at the intrinsic or the inherent culture of people as the source of their problem rather than as the solution to their issues. That's a very important mind shift.
It's a very important comment. Smita, I'm going to have you close this out.
Thank you. I just had one quick question, and it might be also partially maybe in the Belonging Committee. So as you're talking about youth mental health campaign, I was just thinking about cyberbullying too. Is that something that's going to be included, or is that sort of a separate topic? And I also kind of bring it up because I think that's also sort of belonging and inclusion as well.
I think that's an important part of the conversation, and I think that's why we talk a little bit in here about going sort of where youth sort of congregate, and that includes being online, but we could be more specific if that would be helpful.
I would just add, I do have a resource available. It's an entity that it's a legal entity that's really thinking about how to structure that. So if it's something that you want me to connect you with, it might be helpful as you're thinking about that going forward.
So as we close out this session, the only comment, Mia, I have is maybe just if you and Sarah can confer offline if there's anything to be changed in this recommendation that you all, the subcommittee can look at. If not, we can also move it to another time in a follow-on recommendation. So I'll leave that to you and Sarah to just work out if you don't mind. With that, I'm going to move on to the next recommendation, which I believe Ajay is presenting. Ajay, just quickly, I just want to recommend to all of the, to everybody presenting, the pacing that Mia had was very helpful for our interpreters. So as you are speaking, please keep in mind that our interpreters are also interpreting. And so the pacing that Mia used was actually a good pacing for them. So please think about that. Thank you. Ajay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Commissioner Sonal. And thank you to all my subcommittee members in helping put together this recommendation. The problem statement, there's a need to raise awareness, evaluate, and address health disparities such as heart disease and obesity in AA and NHPI subgroups living in the United States, specifically with a focus on children and youth. There's a limited data from research studies that examine treatment patterns and outcomes in Asian American subgroups, such as South Asians, and a lack of national education campaigns that are targeted at ANHPI communities. Giving you some background and rationale, heart disease is leading cause of death among ANHPI and disproportionately affects the South Asian population in the United States. One of the major risk factors for heart disease is obesity, which is increasingly prevalent among ANHPI children, youth, and the community. Cultural misconceptions and limited access to preventive care and treatment for obesity exacerbate this problem among these populations. So by establishing a program that supports heart disease research and awareness, the HHS can address these issues and improve health outcomes for ANHPI and South Asian population. So the Commission recommends the establishment of national programs by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education to raise awareness, evaluate, and address health disparities such as heart disease and obesity in the ANHPI subgroups living in the United States, specifically with a focus on children and youth. Development of obesity surveillance and intervention programs by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that focuses on ANHPI children and youth to dispel misconceptions and educate ANHPI committees on how to stay healthy and reduce the impact of chronic diseases using culturally relevant materials, resources, and language translated materials. Creation of a centralized database containing research and data related to ANHPI communities that are affected by heart disease and obesity, such as South Asians. Work with SAMHSA, HRSA, and the HHS Office of Minority Health to increase training, technical assistance, and resources for healthcare providers to improve cultural competency, and language barriers, and ensure that the need of ANHPI patients are being met. Lastly, ensure agency-wide collaboration between HHS and Department of Education to create and disseminate relevant educational information via community outreach in multiple ANHPI languages. The resources developed should be implemented in school health curriculums and be targeted to ANHPI children and youth on topics such as the detrimental effects of high sugar consumption and education on how to read the food and nutrition labels. So with these recommendations and providing training and resources to healthcare providers and partnering with community organizations, the program aims to improve the cultural competency of healthcare system and ensure that the needs of ANHPI patients are being met, and also addressing obesity in the kids and youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. I'm going to open it up for comments and questions. Kamal?
Thank you, Sonal. This is really more of a comment. This is a wonderful recommendation, and I think one that's much needed and long overdue. I remember when I was a kid, I used to have candies, and they looked like cigarettes, you know, and they were good candies, but it was probably highly inappropriate, and it just so many of these things happen to so many of our communities as we're growing up, and we don't even think twice about it. There's a lot of work I think that could be done in our AANHPI community to help increase education and awareness of healthy foods and activities. But beyond that, I think in my in my personal life, I'm also a doctor, we help a lot of patients with weight loss and stuff. And often, even though patients have very, very good nutritional routines, even if they're working out 5 or 6 days a week, they need help with medications which insurance companies are not willing to pay for. You know, the new GLP-1 and GIP medications that are being used for diabetics and being used for weight loss are inaccessible by most Americans because their insurance companies want to charge them $1,200 a month. And for some of these people, it is life-changing to have access to something like that. That's all. But wonderful recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal. Kimberly?
Thank you. I wanted to piggyback on Commissioner Calcy's comment that the insurance companies don't pay for some of these medications that could really make a dent in some of these health disparities. So on that note, under bullet point 3, I just wanted to add CMS as one of the agencies that should be targeted to be included in this national program, because they are the regulatory agency for many of these payers, private payers, as well as Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks.
Thank you, Kimberly. Victoria?
Yes, I really appreciate this recommendation. I also want to shed some, maybe spotlight some of the families and caregivers as well. I know that's something that I brought up, because a lot of the family members, you know, we have our matriarchs, our patriarchs that are really influencing the way that our youth and our families are eating, right? Especially with a lot of our multi-generational, you know, the generations that live in the household. So that's just another thing that I wanted to bring forth is, you know, as we're trying to educate children and youth, that we're also, you know, making that material available for the families and also in language.
Thank you, Victoria. Daniel?
Could I just ask a quick question? Is there a specific reason that the word surveillance was used when it comes to obesity under the recommendation? It says development of obesity surveillance and intervention programs.
That's right.
It's given, the idea is to allow also gathering of the data, which is needed to support further research. So with that context, the surveillance word was used.
Maybe he meant survey.
Yeah, might I propose a better word like monitoring of something like that because of the connotations that come with surveillance?
Absolutely, we can change it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Smita?
Thank you. I just wanted to, as we're talking about sort of health issues and obesity and nutrition, one thing I realize, especially in the AA and HPI communities, one of the interesting challenges too is as you're starting to think about it, if you go and trying to figure out how do I eat differently, how do I think differently, it's not always easy, right? To find things that are thoughtful, healthy, appropriate, flavored, culturally thoughtful. So may I just, I don't know if it's something you'd consider, but creation of a centralized database containing research data and maybe nutritional, you know, options or things like that. So, you know, just sort of culturally thoughtful nutritional options to be thinking about as you're moving forward and trying to be healthy.
Thank you, Smita. Luisa?
So I'm just thinking out loud here, but, you know, all of these agencies are listed, right, in terms of doing research and all of that, which is important. But I also think it's important to hear from people on the ground that are trying to address this, right? So bringing together the FQHC clinics that focus in on AA and HPI communities, right? So that we hear from professionals who have to deal with this day in and day out and hear from them in terms of what their recommendations are, because they've had to do a lot with very little resources.
Just for everybody listening in, FQHC is federally qualified health centers. Sorry, Reno.
Thank you so much. I agree so much with the recommendation. In a way, though, you're kicking over the hornet's nest. The obesity problem is a problem for the general United States. But as you said, Ajay, it disproportionately burdens a lot of AA and NHPI communities. One of what I'm hoping, because, sort of tossing out a large program, I think is a good sort of first recommendation. But, as somebody who's seen this type of policy recommendation come down the pike, it can be overwhelming. And sometimes when these agencies see something that's so overwhelming, they ignore it or, they put it aside. So as an endocrinologist, as somebody who writes for these GLP-1 agonists all the time, because the country is struggling with the obesity epidemic, I pit that against, I can say Pacific Islander, NHPI, interventions that seem to be wildly effective. There's the Pacific Islander Diabetes Prevention Program that has incredible outcomes of retention and weight loss, not just in the Pacific, but they're starting to do it on the continent as well since COVID. And so there's a cadre of experts within ANHPI, obesity, and intervention. So I agree 100% with what Luisa was talking about, in that those of us who are on the ground, those of us who work day in and day out to tackle this problem, know that there's efforts out there that have been successful within our own community that isn't really being, they're making do with what little resources they have. And, they're a better, to me, they're a better answer than, pharmaceutical options that is currently being pursued by the rest of the country because the plan is so poor to manage diabetes. The other thing I wanted to mention is pinpointing some of future recommendations regarding this. Follow-up recommendations, when you talked about monitoring and data, our data monitoring of obesity, in fact, a lot of conditions, is so poor. The obesity rate in Asian Americans is still, there's not a lot of ways to monitor it currently. Our NHANES, which is the way the nation monitors their health outcomes, is currently on hold. But even when it's not on hold, Asians are oversampled and aggregated. So you hide a lot of the obesity disparities that happen within our Asian subgroups. But at least you're oversampled and you're represented. Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians are not sampled or reported at all in these large surveys that track obesity. So when you try to sort of tell people about the obesity problem in ANHPI, we're not even talking about the same apples. We're talking about a different fruit because we don't have the same measures. We don't have the same outcomes to sort of say, hey, look, we have a problem in our community. And so, I think maybe in a future recommendation, because I think the data disaggregation had talked about trying to go after more equity in regards to this data reporting. We can work on a joint recommendation regarding that. Thank you.
Important point, thank you. And I think so I have several comments here I'm just going to read through. And I think I'm going to start with Reno's comment, just thinking about a future recommendation between the Health Equity Subcommittee and the Data Disaggregation Subcommittee, and thinking about how to better get data about communities and what is happening in communities, especially on the health, on the obesity, other pieces of health recommendations that we should think about. So leave that because I want to make sure it's in this public comment and that we're having that conversation. In the recommendations, there's some changes that were recommended. Development of obesity monitoring and intervention programs, so taking out the word surveillance. creation of a centralized database containing research and data as well as nutritional options related to for AA and HPI communities, just adding that. Adding in CMS as one of the agencies to work with SAMHSA, HRSA, as well as CMS and HHS Office of Minority Health. And I believe this is a recommendation, but I just want to make sure I'm capturing it, of making sure in here that we are collaborating with local experts in community, including federally qualified health centers. And that is for, I'm going to say the last bullet, probably putting in there. So I believe that, Louisa, am I capturing your comment appropriately? So I believe those are the comments and changes that need to be made. I think after we're done with the Health Equity Subcommittee's recommendations, that we will have some time to reconcile this. But Ajay, just these are the changes that I have heard in this conversation. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay. Great conversation. Really appreciated this conversation. It's super important that we went through this, and I think the comments were valuable and important too. Just the depth of that. So we're going to move on to the next presenters, and I believe it is Quinn and Kimberly. And Quinn is online. I believe she's on Zoom. Oh, she is. There you are. Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So professional certified interpreters provide better health outcomes than ad hoc interpreters. By ad hoc interpreters, we mean family members or other bilingual staff that's not certified. So there's, just to provide the background, there's a lot of literature and previous research that has shown that we get better quality health care when we use professional interpreters for patients who are limited English proficient. And this is pretty much bore out across many different medical settings. For example, there's more comprehension. Patients reported that they understand their diagnosis and treatments better when there's a professional interpreter used. There's also less medical errors, mistakes made when there's professional interpreters used. And this has been shown to be across different medical settings, such as the emergency department, outpatient health, chronic disease care, such as diabetes, as well as mental health services, as well as preventive care, such as cancer screening. So in a variety of different settings, we know that professional interpreters provide better medical care with less medical errors, better patient comprehension of their diagnosis and treatment plans, and also better patient satisfaction, as well as provider satisfaction. So our recommendation is actually focused particularly on the federally qualified health centers that's funded by HRSA. There are actually 15,000 community health centers. And the reason we wanted to focus on the federally qualified health centers is we felt that this is a place to start, not that this is the only place where we need professional interpreters at all, but it was at least a place to start because of the federal funding that they receive. So our recommendation is that by 2024, for AA and NHPI communities, as well as other limited English proficient populations, HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration, should collect language access data from federally funded community health centers. So again, this is just the first step, but I think that right now, federally qualified health centers, they do report to HRSA as far as how many different interpreters and languages they may have, but they don't go into the details of, are there enough interpreters there to use during visits? So we're basically aiming for kind of a process measure that basically makes HRSA to develop measures for reporting in their uniform data system. That's the data system that HRSA uses to keep track of the quality of care given at federally qualified health centers. So HRSA should develop measures for reporting in uniform data system on percentages and number of patients with preferred languages other than English, including data on the languages spoken. the percent and number of patients who are limited English proficient, and the percent and number of visits when professional certified interpreters were utilized for limited English proficient patients. And we know that a lot of our health centers that are focused on AA and NHPI are really doing a great job. We have many of our federally qualified health centers, represented here among the commissioners, but we know that in other places, they're not doing such a good job. And because there's 15,000 different community health centers across the United States, we wanted to make sure that the quality of care for limited English proficient AA and NHPI are given with the professional interpreters, and that's why this is a recommendation. And again, as I said, it's very targeted toward federally qualified health centers, but we thought this was a place to start. And we plan to have more recommendations in the future on interpreters for limited English proficient patients, but this is just the first one.
Quinn, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for conversation and questions if anyone has any. Grace, I see you.
So does somebody have just a really short description of how these health centers are funded? Are they like a formula funded? Are they individually grant funded? And so the question relates is, how do the federal obligations to provide language access intersect with this?
Teresita, I'm going to have you just go.
Let me ask Dr. Kimberly Chang, and there's definitely others there, Teresita, who can answer, and Victoria. We have multiple members on our subcommittee that are leaders in the federally qualified health centers movement, so I want to make sure that they get a chance to talk about that.
Hi, Dr. Quinn. I'm sorry. I was going to try and use your formal name, and Quinn was the only thing that came into my mind. So I just recently retired from a federally qualified health center, which is the International Community Health Services in King County, Washington. Federally qualified health centers, it's on, right? Or FQHCs. Thank you, Mia. I have my own personal assistant today. They receive a small amount of funding from the federal government as part of their base, and this is to serve specifically uninsured patients. The mission of FQHCs is to serve the uninsured, underinsured, and in the case of Dr. Kimberly Chang's health center and my former health center, we specifically target Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and I don't know if you also have Pacific Islanders in your population. So there's a lot of interpretation and translation that happens in our particular community health centers. I think this is a good place to start because FQHCs are very zealous about making sure that they're able to provide appropriate services to populations they serve. And each health center is different in terms of the mix of their populations, but language is a frequent factor. So part of our mission is to be patient-centered, to provide services where and how they need it, when they need it. So it is a good place to start. And I also think that once we start there, that it should be a standard for everybody else. Hospitals and other healthcare providers are required to provide language services, but very often we know that that does not happen, and that family members are relied upon or friends are relied upon, and is not the best way to provide good healthcare information. Because of the language divide, a lot of things do not translate very easily. Mm-hmm. And culturally, and even for family or emotional reasons, there are many ways that patients are shielded from the true messages that need to be delivered and heard.
So can I just follow up one more question related is, so how much of generally are the health centers serving the Medicaid population?
Medicaid populations form a core of a lot of the health center patients because most providers do not want Medicaid. They will take Medicare, but they don't want Medicaid. And federally qualified health centers cannot turn away anybody. And I need to provide additional information about the federal funding. So even though a very small portion is allocated for uninsured, we do qualify to compete for additional federal funding. And many times, federally qualified health centers are actually called out in legislation as being among qualified participants to compete for federal funding.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Teresita. Ajahn?
I just had a few thoughts about this. One is that I think so many of us who grew up with immigrant parents grew up interpreting for them in the context of their health care. And it's just, it's so deep that our children do that, right? And that's kind of a role that young people have held in our community. And I just feel like that story is so powerful in the context of moving this recommendation forward. And so just wondering how we leverage this reality and this challenge and this burden that young people in our communities have held for so long to move this along. And then the second piece is around starting, I understand what you're saying in terms of community health centers being a good place to start. And it just feels like that will be almost the lowest hanging fruit, and that there may need to be a whole other strategy and trajectory to get to hospitals. And I just wonder, does starting with community health centers actually get us there? Or do we need a whole other approach? So anyway.
Quinn, do you want to take this?
Thank you so much. Those are really great comments. And I think that definitely the federally qualified health centers are the low-hanging fruits because they do get federal money. And when I used to work at HRSA, and I think the number that we used to give was about 20% of federally qualified health centers get direct grant funding from HRSA. And then, of course, Medicaid is another source of federal and state funding. So this is the first one that we plan to target because it is low-hanging fruit, but our subcommittee actually planned to go further with the language interpreters for other settings as well. So thank you for that. And we started with the low-hanging fruit, but we want to continue. And I think I really appreciate your comment about the children interpreting for their parents. And I think that research has shown that it works, for the most part, but especially if there are sensitive issues such as mental health or particularly, intimate partner violence, or even issues such as, gynecological, that are sensitive issues, both the parent and the child feel very uncomfortable that the child is being put in this position as a medical interpreter who is not trained. So in some sense, it actually does lead to discomfort for both the parent and the child if it's more sensitive medical issues. And especially the child does not know how to interpret or say some of these medical terms. So just wanted to just acknowledge that.
Thank you, Ajahn. Kimberly just had her point up too, Teresita, so I'm going to let Kimberly go first.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Pu. So let me give a sort of a little how we're thinking about this through the next few commission meetings that we have remaining. So this is the low-hanging fruit. We don't have any data right now at all in any health sector about comprehensive healthcare delivery system, about the use of the interpreters and what kinds of interpreters are being used, and nothing in the AA and NHPI space, period. We are anticipating calling in, hoping to call in some CMS representatives. Now, CMS is a regulatory agency. Perhaps should I be giving some of our thinking behind this? And asking them about how are they incentivizing or funding, health systems or providers when they have to use interpreters, because as Commissioner Batayola stated, it is part of our requirements, but it's not being done for healthcare providers across the nation, right? And so looking at Medicaid managed care plans, what leverages do they have on those from CMS? How do they regulate the contracts with the state managed care Medicaid contracts, and what are the provisions for language access, and questions like these. We really want to dig a little bit deeper. It's getting a little bit very policy heavy, but we need to know more. And so those are some of the things that we're thinking about, establishing the data sets. FQHCs are low-hanging fruit, and then looking at what other levers do we have to ensure that payers are reimbursing providers for the work that they're doing.
Teresita, did you want to add to this?
So we are really seeing the intersectionality of the work that's happening among subcommittees. So my former health center, prior to COVID, had 50 distinct languages that it had to have interpretation and translation for. During and post-COVID, it became 70 different languages. And we're not just talking about Asian Pacific Islander languages, we're talking about East African, Eastern European, and of course, Spanish. So the health center has data. It also knows what's in-person interpretation, what's phone interpretation, what's video interpretation. This is specific regarding UDS, which is the Uniform Data System, which is annually required for us to do. And the intersectionality part is that Commissioner Underwood earlier talked about how nationally the numbers may not be friendly, but when you start looking at regions and you start seeing that certain regions have certain presence of different languages that are marginal, negligible, hard to see nationally, I think this is what we're driving towards. And as my other subcommittee co-members have said, this is just the beginning step. We need to have that data. But as my remark said earlier, because we know FQHCs are zealous about doing this, that there's a hope for development of a national standard that hospitals and private providers should also strive towards what health centers are doing nationally.
Victoria.
Yeah, and I appreciate kind of the explanation, and also Commissioner Pu's kind of comments about the child interpreters. I mean, I'm sure some of us had some flashbacks of us doing that, right? But just also thinking of FQHCs that don't serve a majority AA and HPI community, and kind of thinking and making the recommendation of highlighting or capturing that data of patients bringing in their own interpreters, because I think it's important to note, because we don't have, professional certified interpreters for all of our languages, and I think capturing the certified is going to leave out that population, right? That we won't have that available, or readily available, in that state. And I think by capturing that data, or adding, a line that says, capturing the data of patients who utilize or bring their own interpreters will kind of help us understand maybe, some of the other FQHCs that don't have the resources already available. I would add, that would be my recommendation, is to add that line to this recommendation.
Grace.
Yeah, this conversation just struck a question in me, which is, how are interpreters paid for? Are they paid for as part of the healthcare team, as part of the service? And perhaps that might be one of those things that drives the availability of interpreters.
For the most part, health centers have to figure out a way of funding them. In Washington State, Medicaid provides a certain amount of funding, but it's never enough versus the extent of the need.
I do not see any more. Jenna, you have more.
I just
Go
have
ahead.
one quick thing, which is that this seems like a really powerful area to build coalition with other non-English speaking populations to move progress forward.
Yes, I'm assuming that there's other communities and more communities that have similar sets of challenges. Couple of things I want to just, there is a very specific addition that has been recommended, which is capturing data on how many people are bringing in their own interpreters. And so if you can, if we can include that, that would be great. Is everybody okay with that recommendation? I know I should have asked that before, but the others, but I think that is what I hear. Again, a reminder, this is a baseline collection, so we at least start a baseline somewhere, so we know how many community members are facing, and starting with federally qualified health centers is a beginning. And I really appreciated Kimberly's thoughts on where you're going with this. I think it helps understand sort of the pathway that you are all looking at. And I think for the other subcommittees, if there's a place here where you would want to do some co-work, this is an opportunity, because now we have this publicly available. So I appreciate that. And then finally, I think this question of coalition building is really important, and to think about, as we think about further recommendations, especially with money for interpreters or other things, how might we build a coalition with other communities that we could help build that out, so federally qualified health centers don't have to come up with the money themselves. Teresita?
Something for this commission to consider is how we interact with the other commissions, because that is a powerful way of coalition building too.
I'm going to take that as a reference of coming back and saying, what is a way for us to think about that? And we can come back to you with, in your subcommittees, of how we think about collaborating with other commissions. But I think in a future, this might be just something, this is going to lead into the next topic of conversation. This might be something that we also think about as a recommendation, maybe for future commissions, to think about how they work with other commissions and how we might come up with some collaborations that may work across commissions. So I am going to move us into our next conversation, which is actually a strategic planning conversation before Secretary Becerra comes here. He is going to be coming here at noon. Oh, anything? Oh, Quinn, I want to say, I'm sorry, I apologize. I want to say thank you for that recommendation. It's an important recommendation, and I think it starts us with a really great baseline, so I really appreciate that. And it was a great conversation here, so really appreciated it. Thank you for joining us for this portion of the conversation. Want to move into the next conversation, which is a strategic planning conversation. And this is more to think through sort of, next steps. I'm going to give you some ideas for us to think about, just to put on the table, and there may be more. So please don't limit yourself to what I say. Limit yourself to your own imagination, which is great. Do we want to commission, in our next commission meeting, do we want a speaker to come speak to us? And that could be Secretary of, Education, it could be Secretary, it could be thinking through who you might want to come speak at the commission meeting, but we have to put that into the planning, so just want to put that as an idea out there. Again, we will have to produce a commission report at the end, how we might want to think about producing that report, and any other big picture topic ideas that we might be missing that we should be talking about. So I'm going to open up the conversation. Again, do not limit to what I put out here. This is just a conversation starter. Daniel.
I'll start with the obvious and say it would be fantastic if the president could come.
Yeah, given our last conversation about and how language access intersects with everything, it would be great to have a little bit more from DOJ, perhaps Anita Gupta or folks to talk about, what the agencies are doing as it relates to interagency work on that.
Great point. Amy?
Although there are no decision as to where the next meeting would be, it would be important to have a speaker from that community or that locality to highlight the issues where we're meeting.
Great point. Thank you. Michelle?
Yeah, I just want to add for the record, I think one of the topics for Hawaii that we need to raise the attention for the federal government is that our military installations have land leases that are expiring 2027, which is right around the corner, and I think that's an important topic. That and both with the Committee on Inclusion, some recommendations about proper implementation of our Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
Very helpful. Thank you. Very important. Mia?
I guess I will just like re-up the conversation earlier, which is to see how we can work with other commissions, particularly when we're dealing with racism and language access and data, because my guess is that other commissions are also dealing with very similar issues. And so if we can sort of bring together a lot of the suggestions to work across different commissions, I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Mia. Louisa?
Yeah, I don't know if we can do it for the next commission meeting, but it would be nice to get a status report on the strategic plan, like who's implemented what, where are they in that? And then another thing is a status report of our recommendations that have been passed, like where are they in the system? You know, are they dead? Are they, but it'd be good. And if any of them are rejected, well, personally, and I think others would agree, why were they rejected? It's not enough to say no. They have to give us a rationale, because maybe we rework that recommendations, or maybe that agency has, some pointers for us.
Thank you, Louisa. Ajay?
Yeah, Sonal, to your question on the speakers, one of the conversation we had in our economic subcommittee meeting was considering inviting Isabel Guzman from administrator from Small Business Administration, as it touches across all the subcommittees for, so that's one of the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Victoria? Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Aijen?
In the first couple years of this administration, there have been some huge legislative accomplishments, from the rescue plan to the bipartisan infrastructure bill to the Inflation Reduction Act. And somebody I was in a meeting with recently said it's been the largest transfer of wealth to everyday American people in the history of the country. I don't know if that's true, but it seems feasible that it could be. And there are people at the White House who are in charge of implementing these bills in an equitable way, these new laws, and would be great to hear from some of them around the specific ways in which these investments are reaching and supporting A and HPI communities. So John Podesta on the Inflation Reduction Act, Gene Sperling on the American Rescue Plan, and there are others. But I know great work is happening, and I think part of our job as a commission is to really understand how it's touching our communities and helping to amplify that. So it'd be great to have that conversation.
Jen, that's a really great point, and thank you, because I think understanding that will go a really long way for us to also be able to talk to our communities about it. Michelle, do you have, okay, Smita.
Yep.
So I would start by reinforcing Daniel's obvious speaker is the president would be amazing. But I think there are a few others that have come up. Ajay mentioned Isabel Guzman from SBA. I think Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, would be amazing. I think especially given some of the conversation we've had around mental health and language access and some of the other components. Also, as he's an Asian American, I think the other one that would be interesting now is our new secretary, especially as we're talking about labor and workers' rights. That's come up a lot in our committee, and I know Luis has always been really great about championing that for our committee and other points. So I would love to sort of do it in such a way where we're highlighting also some of the great leadership of the Asian American that have been appointed, but also how we can sort of think about great things that we need to accomplish as well.
And Hawaii is a union state. Just
Yeah.
saying, highest density of union workers led by API leaders and Native Hawaiians.
Thank you, and thank you,
And I also
Smita.
have to put one more in. I have Senator Duckworth also, because she's such a great Asian American and champion for some of the legislative agenda, especially related to Asian Americans. I think that's one of the reasons we're all here today. So she was another great option, I think, for us.
Great. Thank you for all of that. Nahid?
I would echo the suggestions by many of my other colleagues and just add that I'd be really interested in hearing from some Asian American corporate leaders about the role of corporations in addressing so many of the issues we talk about. In our subcommittee, I've been thinking about that quite a bit with relation to hate and belonging, and particularly as someone new to corporate America, I would be very interested in seeing and learning more about corporate commitments to address these issues.
Do you have any recommendations or thoughts on specific people?
I will give you a list.
Awesome. Thank you. Amy?
There's so many excellent people to invite, but I thought I'd throw in the fact that Senator Mazie Hirono was one of the introducers for the anti-hate COVID bill, and also the only immigrant in the U.S. Senate, and she would be an excellent presenter on the many of the subcommittee issues.
So I'm gonna make the obvious ask here, which is, aside from the president, which I put that as number one, how do we want to prioritize? Because we have potentially 3 commission meetings left, and we just need to prioritize in the asks. Certainly we'll make 2 or 3 at a time, just because you never know when somebody can or can't do it. But I think it might be worth us thinking through like the prioritization. I'm not sure 4 days is going to be enough with the list over here. Daniel.
Can I just second Commissioner Poo's suggestion? Because, how those acts of legislation affect Asian Americans is here and now and very real.
I will say, by asking that question, it also asks the agents and those that are doing implementation to be thinking about it, because sometimes just the ask itself forces a different conversation. Others? Naid.
Sorry to add to the list, but I think it would be really helpful to hear from the Attorney General directly. At the beginning of his tenure, he had multiple meetings with advocates from different organizations to discuss how the department and the federal government is responding to hate and hate violence. And as the chief law enforcement officer in the country, I think it would be really great to hear from him.
Very good point. Kaying.
I agree with all of my colleagues about the, numbers of people that should be speaking. But since this commission is working directly with federal agency, perhaps the federal agency that's already implementing or doing a good job of implementing some of the recommendations that we have forward, because they could be the pioneer and, the ones to actually urge other federal agencies to adopt and implement some of the recommendations. And then in addition to that, I wanted to say that although I'm the youngest one here, I think we should have youth speakers come and that was a joke. We should have young people come and speak to us, because what we're doing is really impacting their future. And so I don't know if there are a lot of outstanding young people who are organizing and doing good work in our community, and they should be here with other types of leaders to speak to us as well too. So I just want to chime in on that.
It's a very good point. Amy, okay. So Zion and Caroline, we have lots of recommendations, which is great. Actually, it's nice to have a list, and I think we can work through. I do think it would be helpful for us to hear on the implementation side, just so we know how much money and where that money is going, for our communities to even know how they might qualify for it. Which is important, and it's certainly a big question that we continue to ask as to how would our communities even know. So I will say, I think if we can prioritize some of that. I also think that, Nahid's point about whether Attorney General might be a good, so much of this is about the belonging hate and like how we actually get it implemented, but I want to put that there. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Crystal. But I do think that this is just an important set of conversations that we need to have in terms. I want to, if we have just a minute, I think we do. Okay. I do want to ask about, we have to do the final report. And we do need to start thinking about the final report. We're sitting in March, and I know it feels like the final report is in October, but it's not that far away. And just to think about how we want to organize that report, how we want to, we sort of talked about headlines yesterday, but today I think it might be useful to talk about sort of how do we want to think about structuring a report for our report out, and that also is helpful to the next commission that would come. I'm just going to open up the conversation. Secretary, it's great to have you here. Mia.
I forgot who said this, but I think partially knowing which suggestions have already been implemented would be an extremely helpful part, and being able to sort of celebrate that in that report is really important. And I think also the lessons we've sort of gotten from the work that we've done, so that we can pass on sort of the things that we've learned work and don't work within the work that we've done.
Thank you, and I think that was Luisa. And Secretary, now that you're here, I'm just going to say this here, but one of the comments that was given was knowing sort of which recommendations can get implemented, and which ones won't, just to understand what needs to change and to know what to do differently if we need to modify something. So that is just one of the questions that was asked. I'm going to go to Kamal.
Thank you. I echo Mia's recommendation that we list the recommendations that have been pushed forth thus far from the beginning of our tenure here. And then, almost as maybe as a red light, a yellow light, or a green light in terms of which ones have passed through, perhaps organize them in that fashion. And then, like you said, have, best practices and things that we've learned.
Thank you, Kamal. Grace.
Somewhat related would be, I know we started off when we were writing the recommendations that had different implementation steps, and so to the extent that there might be some room to include those specific implementation steps that we might not in some of our later recommendations have broken down as thoroughly, because, a lot of the thinking behind that would be as to, what needs to go first, what are the priorities, how to stage ongoing implementation.
Thank you. I'm hearing a theme here. Sarah?
I think as we've gone on since the first meeting, there have been recurring themes across the different subcommittees, including community outreach and participation, as well as other topics. So I think we should gather sort of I would say there are probably 3 to 5 strong themes that come through that will probably carry on to the next commission.
Great point. Thank you. Kimberly?
So one of our proposed headlines yesterday was "Policy is very dry, rewrite things." So we're going to write this report, but what strikes me is that every time we come to meet in person or during our subcommittee meetings, there is a lot of energy in the room, emotional energy, frustration, anger sometimes. So, of course, moments of celebration for the legislation that's been passed and that really big reinvestment into our communities. But I would like to suggest that in this report there is a front statement that either from you, Commissioner Shaw, or just all of us collectively that captures some of the. We've been waiting a long time for this, and we've had other commissions that have done the same exact work and probably very similar recommendations that we've done, and we're still saying the same thing. So let's move. We don't have time to wait. People are dying and getting left behind. Thanks.
Kimberly, thank you. Amy?
I think the report could be nice and fat or a little bit shorter and more attractive and readable. But one of the items that should be included would be facts and data about the AANHPI community, because every recommendation we have a lot of little details and evidence to support our recommendation. But a lot of people who will be reading this report are not going to be looking at this percent and that percent and in this. So it has to be condensed well in a statistical way, as well as whenever we talk about data, we oftentimes think about statistical data, but the data of lived experiences and case studies, we might want to have in the report real stories included in the background or data.
Amy, thank you. And I think that also follows well with Sarah's point about putting it into themes and making sure that the data can support the themes. But I really appreciate that. I'm going to really quickly go to Zoom because Reynald's on, and I know he had a comment too.
No, I've agreed with all the comments so far. But in regards to sort of looking at past reports from the commission, I agree with Amy. Like going through all of them was difficult to sort of filter through what things would be useful. And so you had to read each entire document in its entirety. And so my recommendation would be the usability of the report, how we break it down, how it's presented, and how it can be easily referenced. I would think that the most common way we would do it is to break down topics through subcommittee, but I would see like commissions in the future or advocates looking at our subcommittee topics, and this speaks to sort of the work of the commission, that it's hard to sort of reference based on our topics because we've done so much work, and so I think if we pay some detail to how users can interface with our report, it'll have a lot more impact going forward.
Thank you, Reynald. I think that's super important, and I think how we present it will matter a lot. Teresita?
My recommendation will actually be slightly different. It continues to strike me the intersectionality of what all the different subcommittees have been reporting on. Subcommittees have been very important because we've been very functional. But as we continue to make these recommendations, there are so many different aspects to very specific issues that can't be captured in one subcommittee. So mental health is an issue, language access is an issue. So to the extent that maybe we can have it by subject with contributing subcommittees should be recommendation. And as well as we address it that way, how it relates to, I think, what Amy was also suggesting, which is providing an overall picture of who we are, how different we are, how diverse we are, and where our numbers are.
Thank you, Teresita. Ijen, we've got like 2 minutes now between you and Smita, so I'm gonna see if we can do it short and quick.
Okay, then I'm going to recommend we actually have a different conversation about this because it's, I think, important for us to be clear about the goal of the release of the product, right? What is it that we're trying to achieve with the actual report and who is the audience for it? Because that, I think, really shifts how we think about how much data versus how many stories versus like overall message and format. So that would be my suggestion.
Great point, Ijen. Thank you. Smita?
Thank you. I think mine sort of encompasses some of the same thoughts, but I would probably open this up by talking about how great the commitment was by the administration to advancing equity and justice overall, and how what has been done by the administration and how we've contributed to that. I think we started out with 4 priority areas when we first met, and we broke out into 7 subcommittees to move forward. So sort of speaking into that idea of, it's really subjects that we were trying to tackle rather than specific overall themes. I would probably also include things that work and things that didn't work. The rolling recommendations was a really extraordinary opportunity for people to see really, putting things to paper and getting them out there. Our economic equity summits have been amazing and a great hit and inclusive. Implementable ideas, that they're turning, I think yesterday one of the headlines was turning ideas into action. And I think that's something we've done really well. But I would also probably talk about some of the things we didn't get to accomplish because we did have a limited time. And it's, while we've done a lot, that way it also sort of leads a roadmap to these are some of the things we were thinking. And maybe, those are things that we leave for the next group of people that come in.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Crystal. This was a super helpful. Yeah, please.
My only suggestion is once we have this report, however it comes out, to also think about, can we get it out in some kind of a social media friendly platform where we can digest everything, each subcommittee to like 1 minute or less. And I think the idea is that we need to really get the message out about all our recommendations to the actual community itself, because they'll be the ones who can continue to hold everybody accountable, the agencies accountable as we disband. So it would really just be like, how do we really make it social media platform friendly, and let's do something fun with it, like a Schoolhouse Rock about each of the recommendations. You'll get people to know about it, not just be a dry report that might die.
I think Schoolhouse Rock has now moved to TikTok. We have actually a little bit more time for a conversation, so I don't want us to cut this conversation off. I think Ijen's point about sort of who's the audience and what we want to convey is actually a really important place for us to think about, because we could put lots of ideas on the table, but really thinking about how we want to do that is important. So Nahid, I'm going to go.
I just wanted to second what Kevin said. I think, I know a lot of advocates who are going to read the report, but if we're thinking about people, either local leaders or even community members who ultimately are most directly affected by the issues we're talking about, I think we're going to have to find a digestible way to get the information to them. And, going to Amy's point about brevity, of course, we'll end up doing some sort of executive summary that's shorter and succinct and punchy, and making sure that we find ways to distribute that down to communities and maybe even separate from the report in order to ensure that people find it accessible. But I really want to second what Kevin said about finding like snippets and other things that can be used I don't know, in some technologically friendly way for communities.
And finding our communities where they are. So it's not always the technology as much as knowing where they are and how to get to them. Grace?
And building on that point, and given one of the priorities of the commission, thinking about language access as part of it.
Thank you. Kaying?
Yeah, I got really excited when Kevin talked about that as well too. So I wanted to center our community. I mean, I think we're all here because of our community, and so how to make it very accessible to the numbers of diverse community groups that will be using this as an advocacy tool, if not for the federal agencies, then for the local community, because it's really important that if we can't do something nationally, that they're going to be using this data to convince their local leaders and governments to do a better job of addressing specific, needs in the community. I also want to say that I think the other audience that I really think needs to understand this better is government agencies, right? And how do we put it in a way that is easy for them to access it and to implement it? Because a lot of times they also need community voices, and if we can't be there, then at least a report will be served, will be something that would serve as something for them to convince their hierarchical systems to implement this. And I know that coming from Minnesota, we've been able to really convince our government leaders to do more, but they often need hard data, as Amy and I were talking about. Even though we have a lot of lived experience stories, they need that hard data, and I think that the hard data is going to convince them that the lived experience and the community voices are very powerful. And so for me, that combination of community-centered and then policymaker are the main audiences for me. And so how do you make it accessible? And I just want to say we can't assume that federal agencies and government people are much more competent than local community leaders. And so anything that's very basic and easy to understand, because they are also very overwhelmed with their own work, that, we make it easily accessible to everybody who's going to be implementing some of this recommendations. So thank you.
Victoria?
Yeah, I want to echo what the commissioners just shared about making it accessible for the community. Sometimes we use a lot of language and terminology and jargon, right, that I think a lot of our community members may not be comfortable or familiar with. And, we were talking about even the size of it, right? But I think we need to focus on distilling the information, right, and making sure that we make it more fun, right, to access, or however the community is going to access it. And I think we also need to think about how we're going to be using this information to share it out to the community. We have such an incredible ethnic media community as well, right? And again, sometimes translating the material is grueling, right? And I think for our ethnic media, we need to make sure that the information that we do present is something that they could use and, translate into their respective languages and push out in their communities. Yeah.
Kamal?
I wanted to share for the record that New Jersey is not a suburb of New York City. We also have better pizza. But
Those are some fighting words there.
It's true.
The fighting words.
But you may come and partake. All are invited. So, but I think all of these recommendations are amazing. I agree with each and every one of them. The one thing that we've not been able to sort of utilize is really the platforms that each and every one of us have as commissioners. So we are a highly underutilized resource in that regard. So my hope is that from now until the end of whatever time we have together, that when we are able to distill these recommendations down into something that's happy and fun and sweet, that we could take them back to our communities through our individual platforms as White House commissioners.
Daniel?
To that point, and everyone else's, starting with Commissioner Kim's, excellent name, by the way, I would just say there's the report, itself, and then there's the proliferation of the report. And I think that's just an important distinction, because we have different audiences, to Commissioner Poo's point, that and to Commissioner Yang's point. Who the report is intended to reach is one thing, and then getting that report and distilling that report is a second thing, and perhaps that should be its own recommendation for our next meeting.
That is a very good point. Louisa?
So providing a written report is one thing, but it also should be a call to action to our communities, because they have to implement this stuff, and what are the resources that are going to be available? Because if I just got a report, it's like filed away. But if I'm challenged, like, okay, now it's a call to action, what can we implement specifically?
Okay, so this was a great conversation. I think this is super helpful for us as we think through what this report looks like. But I just want to, a few things to summarize. We need to decide for whom this report is. So community, government, advocates, just recognizing the audience will matter, and the platform that we use for which audience might also matter, and where we might take that. Detail versus digestible. So we need to think about how much detail, but also make it digestible. A report on what has been done and what is left to be done. So making sure that the next commission also has the ability to carry things forward. Implementation. I think just if I take away the theme here is how did it get done, what got done, and what still can get done. And if I take Kimberly's comment here, reminding that many of these recommendations are not new. They've been around for a period of time, and how can we make it actionable and move to? And then communication, how we get this information out to communities so communities know. And Secretary, I will just say here, I think this has been a theme in the last couple of days of this is a commission that wants to use its voice and get out and talk to the communities about how much is being done and what more can be done. And I think this is something that we are all looking forward to doing alongside with you, not just leave it to the administration, but leave it as commissioners, we take this as a responsibility to be a part of that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Crystal. Thank you for this conversation. It was a very important and valuable conversation.
So thank you, Sonal, for that. And we are so honored to be joined. I know this morning you heard from one of our co-chairs, U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai. All of you know our other co-chair, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra, who has been a tireless champion for our communities and for this commission. And so we are grateful to have him here with us today. He was able to listen in as you were having your strategic discussion, and really wanted to ensure he was here to hear that portion of the meeting as well. So it is now my honor to introduce our commission co-chair, Secretary Javier Becerra, who is the 25th Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the first Latino in history to hold this office. Throughout his distinguished career, including serving as the Attorney General of California and over 2 decades in the U.S. House of Representatives, Secretary Becerra consistently broke down barriers and championed policies that center families and communities that have been historically marginalized and underrepresented. At HHS, Secretary Becerra oversees an agency that is ensuring that all Americans across the country have access to quality, affordable health care and life-saving services they need to lead healthy lives. So with that, it is my honor to welcome up Secretary Becerra.
Actually, Crystal, if it's okay, can I speak just, says, if I can use some of my time to follow up on what you all were saying, and I'm glad I caught, I think, most of that conversation about the recommendations. I was trying to get here as quickly as I could so I could be engaged in that conversation. So I'm going to curtail some of the remarks that I would have otherwise made. Obviously, I have to mention that I think we're all thrilled that the president in just a few hours will be in Monterey Park. I know many of you had been advocating to make sure that the president could get there as soon as possible. Many of us did the same thing. The president followed through, and I think we have to give him credit. I mean, as busy as the schedule is, I think he understood how important it was to be there in Monterey Park. I know Congresswoman Chu and I had conversations about this many a times. It's gratifying to know that you don't have to throw rocks to get the President of the United States to do what I think everyone agrees he should do. And so, having been in government and watched lots of presidents, I'm proud that the President was willing to make that statement, because it is an important statement. And by the way, it comes in the heels of some great news, right? All the news coming out of Hollywood on the vision and the image of Asian American communities, and that's all great. On the heels of having Julie Su nominated to be a cabinet member. So it's, there's always both sides of this. And I'm glad when we can report and the President can report on some of the good stuff. Here's what I wanted to really say that goes beyond my opening remarks that I think is important. Crystal, to you, to Erica, to all the team that's made this possible, especially because, as the Commission points out in its report, you're having to deal with a less than permanent operation. And so it's a constant juggling and making sure everybody can pick up where the other person left off and the commissioners have that continuity. To you and your team, thank you very much for what you all do. I don't know if have you all applauded them yet? And if not, this is a good time to applaud them. Because I've sat on commissions like this, because I've read the report that says the same thing for the fourth time, and because I too come from a community where many times things have not been available. Just a few points. I think, I forgot who it was that said about, we got to make sure it's clear, this is a very diverse community. And I think we say it almost rhetorically, it's a very diverse community. I don't think most of the American public understands just how diverse it really is. And so I absolutely put the exclamation point behind whoever said we have to highlight the diversity. At the same time, I hope you do a really good job of highlighting the degree of community that exists among the diversity, the span of communities that are included, and that it is a community. And the fact that folks identify as AA and HPI is really important. It's again, it sends a message. And I hope for folks who aren't as versed, it's communicated, because there will be people who read this report who do not read a lot of other things that happen to impact this community a great deal. So I think that is important. Secondly, you all sort of mentioned this, is what I think, Kevin, you talked about it, sort of what comes next, who's going to read this and what's going to happen, the follow-up. I think it becomes really important upon the expiration of the commission's term that you sort of give guidance on how you want to see this live beyond your tenure. Give it the legs. And I'm not sure how you want to do that. You can insist that agencies in the federal government do their share to continue to lift up the report's recommendations. You can try to see if you can bring together community, wide and far before you leave to talk about how there's can be a transition. But somehow I think it absolutely is essential you do some kind of follow-up, because otherwise it will be just another of many reports that say much of the same thing. I think this one's real important, and this I say for having played the inside and outside game for many, many years. Bless you. Please discern the reach of the stakeholders that are involved, whether it's the federal government, the state, local governments, CBOs, philanthropy. You could say we need to have full representation at all levels of government, or every important document should be made accessible language-wise. What's the reach to get there? Oftentimes there'll be some authorities in law that make it very difficult to get there quickly. More often it's going to be the lack of resources to get there as quickly. And so understand the reach of the people you're going to say, you should do this better. Because you don't want to deflate the enthusiasm and expectations. Because if things fall flat, it just really will be another report, right? And you want to have those, who said the green, yellow, red light? You do want to have it so that you can say, we checked that box. We did. So now we get to the next one. But if you can never check a box, I think it's going to become really difficult for this commission's work to have a lot of fruit. And I think you want to have a lot of fruit for the final reason I wanted to mention. I would think you want to institutionalize, if not this commission, what you mean, what you stand for, and what you're doing. And so whether it's getting the commission to have another life under a different form with different people, or whether it is having it, as I think one of the recommendations said, having a more permanent structure with staff and the rest, have a sense of how you want to institutionalize what you've done. I suspect many of you have had a sense of excitement at times, thinking, wow, we're going to put something together that's the President's Commission, which doesn't mean it's not just some, very talented and important CBO. It's now, you're at the highest level. You can't go much higher than this. Well, maybe you can, but I can't think of it. And so how do you get it to the point where this will resonate for a long time? Final thing I'll say is this. Those are the main points I wanted to mention, but because there are several things in the recommendations that I wanted to comment on, but also to the comments that were made here. We're going to do a summit, a conference on mental health for young folks, and we'll do it explicitly, specifically focused on the AAA, NHPI community. That's an easy one. We'll do that. And we'll look for your help and guidance to make sure it goes off well. We also want you to help us make sure everyone comes so that it goes off well, because we're going to spend a lot of time and money to make something like this happen. It's got to go well. Secondly, I've been working language access since 1993 when I went to Congress. I'm still sort of pounding my head on that one. I'm even pounding it within my own department because it's money and authorities. And it's just not overnight that it happens. And so I think my pounding on that wall has left a dent, but I got big bumps on my head too at the same time. It hurts. It hurts. But you got to do it. And so on this one, I just encourage you to keep pushing. We're trying to get there. I just finished speaking to the Association of Private Insurers, AHIP, the Humanas, the United Healths, and so forth. And one of the things I mentioned when they said, how can you deal with equity? I said, language access. Help us get there faster. And I gave my first experience as an attorney. My first job as an attorney working in legal services was representing, in this case, it was a Puerto Rican, mostly Puerto Rican community in the central part of Massachusetts, Worcester, Massachusetts, that was trying to access a hospital that no longer exists. But they were having difficulty communicating because hardly any of the staff could communicate. And for those who were limited in their English proficiency, it was difficult to understand what they were being told. So that was 1980, mid-80s. It's still here. And so we just got to push on language access. And I guarantee you at HHS, we're trying to push. But I suspect it wouldn't take you very long to find an area in HHS where you're saying you still don't have it done well. We're trying. And push. I know you're banging your head. I know you got the same bumps and bruises, but we just push. Final thought is this. I think you're going to do something. I do believe you're going to have success. But it's going to be because you've got folks on the inside now. It's no longer just an outside game where you're sort of knocking on the door asking for folks to sort of let you in. That's the beauty of this thing. I've watched over 3 decades. It's taken time. But you now got some folks on the inside. Not enough, but more. And so let's do this together. I would like to see this have some real boxes that we've checked so we can get to the next boxes and then put in the boxes that we haven't yet figured out because that's too much of a reach. But love to get there with you. Thank you for letting me participate. Apologize that I couldn't be here for the whole thing and I'm going to have to run again. But I think the work you do is phenomenally important and it's going to resonate. So thank you.
Secretary, thanks. Thank you, Secretary, and it's such an honor to have you here and your commitment. It's so obviously clear, so thank you very much. One of the comments that we had in an earlier session was just how we can work together with other commissions, because some of this is not, as you said, it's not just one community pushing for language access. There's multiple communities pushing for it, and how we can do this together. So that is something that we would like to do as a commission too. But thank you for your commitment. Thank you for, and everybody, we are on break. We are on a lunch break. So please take the time and come say hi to the secretary before he heads out. Okay, welcome back, everyone. That was a good lunch, and I hope everybody got to walk around a little bit. Okay, we are going to keep moving forward to Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. And I'm going to turn it over to Kamal to take over from here and both do the introduction. I think you're doing the first recommendation also, correct? Yes. Okay, go ahead. Can you make sure you turn your mic on and you move it closer to you?
Yes. There we go. All right, so thank you very much, Commissioner Shah, and my fellow commissioners. Louisa Blue and myself are the co-chairs of this amazing subcommittee on belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, and anti-discrimination. Been very, very honored to work with all of our subcommittee members, to include Emily Chen, Grace Wong, Daniel Day Kim, Nahid Qureshi, and Smita Shah, as well as our non-commissioned member, Madiha Hussein. And that, not to forget our fabulous DFO, Zayan Wu. Thank you. So a brief summary of our meetings and presentations. Our subcommittee meets bi-weekly following the Commission's fourth quarterly meeting on December 5th and December 6th. Subcommittee met on December 13th, January 10th, January 24th, February 14th, Valentine's Day, yes, yes, February 21st, and March 7th, 2023. The subcommittee received presentations from the following subject matter experts who helped inform our recommendations. Mary McCord, Executive Director, Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, ICAP, Visiting Professor of Law at Georgetown University Law Center, who provided an overview about hate and white supremacist ideology, as well as specific commentary about the context of hate incidents against AA and NHPI communities arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. We also heard from Kate Peterson, Director of State Victim Resource Division, Office for Victims of Crime, U.S. Department of Justice, Jasmine Daddario Fobion, Director of Discretionary Programs Division, OVC, U.S. Department of Justice. They provided an overview of the operations of OVC, including sources of funds, programs, grantees, and other information. The speakers also provided information about AA and NHPI serving grantees. We also heard from Cynthia Dietl, former FBI Special Agent and former Director, Civil Rights Reform, Matthew Shepard Foundation. She provided information about the investigatory operations and outreach mechanisms of the FBI and local law enforcement as it pertains to communities vulnerable to hate incidents, as well as ideas and initiatives to help improve hate crime reporting and tracking. We also spoke with Chris Xiong, thank you, Undersheriff, San Mateo County, California, who provided information on hate crimes investigations and reporting issues from a law enforcement perspective. So we have approved the following two draft recommendations to present at our full commission meeting today. I will cover the first, and my fellow Commissioner Emily will present the second. Moving right into that. Recommendation 1, establish permanent staff and agency to support WIAMPI. The problem statement. The White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, WIAMPI Commission, is established via Executive Order 14031. Since its inception during this current administration, has been staffed by a number of part-time and temporary personnel that sometimes rotate through for assignments as short as 3 months. This undermines the President's Advisory Commission's ability to execute longer-term goals, degrades institutional memory, and limits the effectiveness of the Commission's efforts as it must constantly work through the churn of new staff, but excellent staff. Recommendation. The federal government should establish a permanent home agency with permanent career and political staff and ongoing funding to support the work of WIOMPI and the President's Advisory Commission on AA and NHPIs. If you wish, I can go into some of the rationale. Sure. WIOMPI is a critical organization that works to improve the lives of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders across the country. However, for the initiative to truly be effective, it needs more permanent support staff. And here's why. Establishing more permanent staff members would provide greater stability and continuity to the initiative's work. The current model of relying on short-term detailees can lead to inconsistent progress and limited institutional memory. With permanent staff in place, WIOMPI could continue its work even as key personnel change over time. The President's Advisory Commission on Educational Excellence for African Americans and the President's Advisory Commission on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics have always been housed within the U.S. Department of Education and have full-time career staff that support these commissions. The WIOMPI should mirror those other President's Advisory Commissions and have full-time career staff. More permanent staff would enable WIOMPI to expand its reach and impact. With additional resources, WIOMPI could work more closely with local communities, engage more stakeholders, and carry out more robust public education and outreach efforts. This, in turn, will help raise awareness of the issues faced by AA and NHPIs and lead to more effective policy solutions. Permanent staff would also help to ensure that WIOMPI's work is guided by a clear strategic vision and plan. With more staff in place, WIOMPI could work more closely with partners to set long-term goals, develop and implement effective strategies, and track progress over time. This would ensure that WIOMPI is making the greatest possible impact and that it is accountable to the communities it serves. More permanent staff would also help create a more sustainable funding model for the initiative by the use of full-time employees, FTEs. Currently, WIOMPI relies on contributions from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services divisions that can be difficult to secure and are unpredictable. By establishing a stable staffing structure, the initiative could better position itself to seek out other funding sources, such as grants and partnerships, that could help us sustain its work into the future. Finally, having more permanent staff could help create a more professional and effective organization. With more staff in place, the initiative could invest in training, technology, and other resources that would help build its capacity and improve its overall performance. This, in turn, would help to ensure that the initiative is providing the highest quality of service to AA and NHPI communities. That's all.
Thank you, Kamal. I think this is a recommendation we've all been waiting for, so appreciate it. But I'm going to open it up for conversation and for comments. Teresita?
Earlier, I made a comment about collaboration with other commissions, but I understand those commissions are in a different department. I think it would be good to know, the advantages of trying to stay with HHS or trying to be in an organization where the other commissions are. Thank you.
So we did look into that a little bit as well. We explored whether it would be advantageous for us to be housed elsewhere. My understanding is, from the conversations that we've had, is that HHS allows us to do the breadth of work that we are charged with. The other commissions don't have such a large charge. So I think my personal opinion is that HHS is probably the best place for us.
So just a question, if there was any inquiry done on why the difference between this not being a permanent commission and how some commissions are permanent?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the other commissions also have to be reauthorized, unless I'm mistaken about that. The part that is permanent, though, I think they have permanent staffing and permanent lines of funding that I believe one of them gets from Congress. They've figured out some sort of a legislative way to do that. So we can follow the same model and try to replicate that within our own commission. Yeah.
Kimberly?
So, since we are through an executive order, are you recommending that, how would we get a legislative solution?
Yeah, I think we still remain, there are benefits to remaining a White House commission, right? So you'd have to have that executive order to initiate us each time. But legislatively, we could ask Congress for a line of funding for our initiatives and staff. And I don't know the details of that, but that's one of the things we would like to do, is to reach out to those other commissions and say, hey, how did you guys secure this? How'd you go about getting this?
Smita?
Thank you. So I'll just add, first of all, thanks, Kamal, for the recommendation and for the committee. I think it's amazing, the work that you do. I will add that it's sort of extraordinary what's been accomplished by the commission to date. And, you know, the other day, somebody was asking me how many meetings we've had, and we've had 4 meetings. And I think this is our 5th meeting. And to be able to advance these rolling recommendations, you know, we don't have a drafter, the commission members are drafting the recommendations, but it's all of the support of the staff that's allowing us, for the team, that's allowing us to do what we do. And it's really, you know, all of the public comments that we get, you know, the push out to make sure, and it's not just us, we're getting input from the public. We were able to roll out these economic equity summits that were one of the first recommendations I'll talk a little bit about more later. But all of this great work and that engagement comes from the extraordinary staff and team that's been working with us. And we've been doing it with a rolling group, but imagine how much more we could do if we have some permanency. And again, the team comes in, you know, Caroline started with us a few months ago, and she'll be rolling off, and she's been amazing, and Zayan and Sarah too. And so I just wanted to make sure that that's noted, that, you know, all of the great work that's been done, how much more of a difference could we make? I would add one other thing too, that a lot of the recommendations that we also make, at least on, for example, the Economic Equity Committee, while it's thought of with Asian Americans in mind, it's also thought of with just small business as a whole. And so everything that we're thinking about actually benefits a variety of underrepresented communities as a whole. So having that support would be extraordinary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Smita. Mia?
Yeah, I was just thinking about sort of how do we get there to get like permanent staff in terms of funding lines, et cetera. And I don't know if it's a requirement for maybe the next presidential executive order to include something like that, that would have sort of somewhat of a funding stream directly to fund people for the amount of time that the commission is available, which would mean that they would have to go through a hiring process or some type of recommendation or something like that. And then also whether we're sort of also asking that the president request from Congress directly a line of funding for this commission and its initiative. So I'm wondering if you guys want to parse that out a little more, or if you want to just say, hey, this is what needs to be done, you figure out how to make it done, make it doable, whatever, yeah.
No, great points, Mia. Very thoughtful. We did consider all the above, and to me, I wanted to leave it less prescriptive. And so we decided that we would leave it a little bit more vague and just say, hey, look, we need more permanent staff, and how you go about the funding and how you go about this, that, or the other is your headache. We're just telling you what the problem is and what the solution needs to be. How you get from point A to point B is sort of irrelevant to us. But and that, I think that makes it a little bit easier on their end, so that we're not simply tying off their hands and saying, look, you can only take this path. So that was our reasoning.
Louisa?
Yeah, I think part of it is we need the advice from the staff on how to proceed with this, because if it's going to take legislation, then we have to build support. We have to get an author, or we have to talk to KPAC, so that we can get legislation through Congress, right? But I'm hoping that we get some guidance there, because I'm all down for moving legislation, right? But if there's a less difficult way, because legislation takes votes, and that means we have to go lobby, right? But if there's another way through executive order that makes it permanent, where it doesn't take an executive order every administration, I think that's what we would prefer.
Yeah, and also the other possibility is to establish this commission as a congressional commission. But I think having this remain a White House commission is better, and so that's the only sort of danger about continuing to focus on Congress. I think we certainly should approach Congress to see if there's a legislative way to help fund what we need, but not at the danger of turning this into like a congressional commission. I think all of us would prefer that this remain a White House commission.
Grace, Crystal's going to just make a point really quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to make a point of clarification. So the commission and the initiative, the president has included funding for the White House initiative and the commission within his budget request, and he did last year as well. Now, it is up to Congress to fund that, and Congress did not fund us, last fiscal year. I did also wanted to flag, just as a point of clarification for everybody, including those tuning in. So the commission is not permitted to lobby Congress. You are allowed to make recommendations that go to the president, one of which could be, theoretically, if you want to suggest legislation. These commissions, these presidential advisory commissions, and you've alluded, you have sister commissions in the Black, Hispanic, Native American communities. There's an HBCU commission as well. So they are created of one of two ways. It's either through legislation, which requires, being passed in both the House and the Senate and signed by the president. Not an easy lift to do, but that's something that can be done. And then also through executive order. So most of the commissions, including ours, is created through an executive order. And that is up to the discretion of the president at the time. So that is why you see for our initiative and our commission, we have actually moved every administration to a different agency. The other commissions and the other initiatives have stayed at the same department, and they have, as was alluded earlier, a much more narrow scope than you all do, than this commission. It's always been very broad. For the others, they're much more heavily focused on education. Under this administration, their mandates have been expanded a little bit, but still nowhere near the same scope as what we have for this commission. So just wanted to clarify.
Kevin?
So just to clarify, so based on what you're saying is that the president gets to do the executive order, the commission gets formed, but what's the mechanism to get the permanent staff funding to keep you in one place? Can the president just say, I am going to keep HHS here forever and ever? How did the other two groups get that permanent home for the staff?
So I don't know the answer to that. I just know what the others, because they have such a narrow scope and have been predominantly focused on education, they have always been at that department. Our initiative and commission were at the Department of Education under Obama for 8 years. And then we moved, to Commerce under the Trump administration and now to HHS. So we're kind of the outlier. And again, it's because our scope is so broad. We also get different inputs. And when I say we, the administration broadly gets inputs from the community about where to house it. So there was a big push from the community to put it at HHS under this administration, although it's been held at different, agencies under prior administration. So there's no, and the president, the other thing too, President Biden can do, can issue his executive order. But then if there's a new president that comes in, and we saw this under Obama, right after President Obama's term ended, President Trump came in and he moved the initiative and the commission, and then same thing with President Biden. So it's not like we can dictate beyond the term of a presidency where this would go if it's created through executive order.
Okay, I'm going to close this conversation. I think what we hear is a lot of support for, but a lot of questions on the mechanics of how to do it, and maybe just worth thinking about if post this, if there's a specific type of recommendation. I do think having it in the president's budget matters, even if it's not always funded. It's important that it's in there, because if it's not in there, it's not even possible. So making sure it's in the president's budget, and pushing them for that budget to include that is important.
I mean, so we could amend it to add that line to make sure that we include funding in the president's budget for WIOMPI.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Is that okay with the fellow commissioners?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. We are going to keep moving forward. And I believe, Emily, you are presenting the next recommendation.
Yes. Recommendation 2. Oh, thanks. Recommendation 2, increase access to victim services for AA and NHPI victims. Just want to share some alarming statistics with you. According to a recent national survey of over 1,000 AAPI respondents, 1 in 5 Asian Americans and 1 in 5 Pacific Islanders experienced a hate incident in 2020 or 2021, with 62.9% reporting verbal harassment, 16.1% reporting physical assaults, and 8.6% reporting online harassment. There was a 339% increase of reported hate crimes against the AAPI community members from 2020 to 2021. And a 2022 survey of over 2,400 AAPI women showed that during the previous year, 74% of AAPI women reported personally experiencing racism or discrimination. 38% report experiencing sexual harassment, and 12% reported experiencing gender and or race-based physical violence. Because AA and NHPI victims are significantly less likely to contact law enforcement or ask for assistance following a hate crime, investment in programs and resources that communities trust is particularly important. AA and NHPI-based organizations often play the role serving as volunteer or unpaid liaisons and interpreters for mainstream organizations that lack the experience and expertise working in AA and NHPI communities. Additionally, when AA and NHPI victims reach out for help, they often are unaware or unable to navigate these programs. The Victims of Crime Act is the largest federal funding source supporting victim services in the United States. The Office for Victims of Crime, OVC, administers victim services funding as well as victims' compensation, primarily through state formula funding. During fiscal year 2023, the President requested $1.6 billion for crime victims fund programs. When requested by our subcommittee, OVC was unable to produce data on how many AA and NHPI culturally specific organizations receive funding, in particular related to hate crimes. OVC should strengthen its data collection and reporting of data about the primary and preferred languages that crime victims speak, read, and write. Such data would be useful to measure accountability for access to funding for underserved communities, including developing benchmarks for state and/or territorial funding and planning, and engaging in culturally specific organizations as well. OVC has the power to encourage and enforce, but they do not obligate their grantees to engage in language access assessment and planning to ascertain and address the needs of community members whose first primary spoken language is not English. Here's our recommendation. The Office for Victims of Crime, OVC, and the Department of Justice should increase the availability of and accessibility of victim services for AA and NHPI crime victims, including victims of bias and hate incidents. This includes addressing barriers to funding for culturally specific organizations that are trusted in AA and NHPI communities by one, investing in increased outreach, both by OVC and grantee states and territories about funding opportunities. Two, modifying OVC's funding agreements with states and territories to motivate grantees to increase the accessibility of pass-through funding to culturally specific organizations serving AA and NHPI and other Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. And three, supporting OVC grantees and sub-grantees to strengthen the cultural relevance of programs and linguistic capacity to serve AA and NHPI communities.
Thank you, Emily, and those statistics are jarring. I am going to open it up for conversation. Questions? Victoria.
Yeah, thank you so much for that recommendation. And, I'm reflecting this week because we are hitting that 2-year anniversary, right, of the March 16th spa shooting. And as our communities are, reliving the grief and also remembering the victims, I think these recommendations are so important. And I want to, go back to that number 2 piece, right, of talking about making funding opportunities more accessible, right, for the communities. We are 2 years out and still we haven't seen an increase. I haven't seen an increase in a lot of the organizations' ability or capacity to access these grants. And it's not because the nonprofits or the organizations aren't able to. They've been doing this work. They've been serving and supporting the AA and HPI communities in their respective territories and areas. It's just because this process is inaccessible, right? Match funds, the requirements for these organizations to step forward to access these funds, you have to go the extra mile, right? And also getting grant writers, getting, oftentimes organizations don't have the experience in this field to help support them. So I really appreciate, making sure that there's language, right, to talk about the accessibility, but also pushing it further, right? And hoping to demand that we've seen, through COVID that there's been exceptions and accessibility, support around, increasing the access to some of these services, right, that are provided, especially during the pandemic. I know it's possible, right, especially in time of crisis, and this is definitely a time of crisis in our communities as the president is in California right now in Monterey Park, right? So I appreciate this. I just wish that we could move it a little bit further in demanding an emergency kind of response, right, to the accessibility of grants for these nonprofits who are doing the work and need a little bit more resources to help support our communities.
First, I want to thank you for including disabled NHPI and AA victims. We know that particularly in those communities, specific parts of the community that it's even a greater risk of dealing with those issues. So I was wondering if we could actually add one small part in the number 2 part of the recommendation that says grantees to an serving organization or organizations serving AA and NHPI, other Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, and organizations that serve disabled, marginalized communities or other disabled BIPOC communities.
Teresita?
So my comment actually speaks to Commissioner Hoon's concern. My recommendation is an edit to recommendation number 2. Instead of saying modifying OVC's funding agreements, it's requiring OVC's funding agreements with states and territories to motivate. So not to motivate, but to actually require grantees to increase not just accessibility, but to increase pass-through funds granted to culturally specific organizations.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Changing modifying to requiring or changing, okay, so requiring OVC's funding agreements with states and territories to require grantees?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the next part is that instead of saying to increase accessibility of pass-through, delete accessibility. So instead it should read to increase the pass-through funds granted to culturally specific organizations, et cetera. And then I would add Mia's comment about adding organizations with disabilities.
Got hers. Okay, great, thank you. Michelle?
I think along the same lines on item number 2, I think it would be helpful to understand what are the accessibility issues? Is it because I think we need specificity there. Are there specifics required to get those grants? For example, is there a match requirement? What is it that's making it tough to access, so we can be clear there? Or if we can encourage, right now in philanthropy, there are multiple kinds of funds that are encouraging this work. And so how do we make recommendations on how to make this pot of money more accessible? Is it public-private partnership? It's a grassroots organization who's not received this before. Is it eliminating the one-to-one match, or if there is a requirement? It would be helpful to understand why it's not accessible.
Emily, did you want to add here? Grace?
I'll try and respond to all of those comments. I think with respect to Victoria's comment about emergency funds, when we met with the agency, they did talk about them being able to do that they had resources available to address situations like what happened in Monterey Park. And the question just is whether or not they have existing grantees at the state level to be able to get the resources out quickly. And so that was one of those areas where if your traditional grantees that you've always have never worked with these communities and they don't have relationships with the impacted communities, how do you actually push the dollars out quickly enough? And so that was one of those areas where we encouraged them to, try to expand their pool of grantees. And it speaks to Michelle's comment about what makes these grants, not very accessible. And I will say that, these are longstanding funds that have been there. It's traditionally what's the term? It's they're funded by formula, so by population, which is, speaks to earlier things that we talked about, how many people, what the population is, et cetera, et cetera. And, some of the grantees have been getting these funds for 3 decades. And it's, done through the state. The state has a lot of discretion as to how it disperses those dollars. And if they've got powerful institutions that have had these funds for decades. Like, that's part of the challenges, is trying to like open up that whole process and getting the state to do more to be able to reach out to communities that it's not funded before, and, have them do a little bit more work, right, in terms of that process. There is a match requirement, and so there is that barrier there. The state has capacity to waive, request waivers. Whether they or not they do is another question, and that's another area of labor that they, would have to engage in. So, there's a lot of pieces at the state and territorial level that it would be helpful to have the federal government push a little harder in terms of those changes and those requirements. And as it speaks to the requirement question, we've thought a lot about whether you can require through some of these grants to, place certain conditions. And, some of us would argue that you can, and others would argue that it's unconstitutional. And so that's kind of the reason we ended up with motivate versus require, because we've had that debate about at least law enforcement grants in another context, and so.
Teresita?
This is where I think as a commission, we should really strongly signal what we want. And motivate is a nice word, but we know we are constantly ignored. So to the extent that we use a different word that's much stronger, I think that's important. The other comment is that those match requirements, from my experience, are typically of the government, of the state or local government. So, as you said, they can choose to waive that or not pass it on at all. Now, in Washington State, there are certain streams of those pass-through fundings where there's language that specifically talks about emergent, not emergency, emergent communities or first-time grantees, where, it's slightly different process so that it is accessible. So, it's a different way of thinking, and I think the messaging to these different agencies is that they have to think differently than just giving the money to those traditional agencies who have grown because of those traditional grants. Yeah.
Victoria, do you still have your card up, or are you, okay, Smita.
Thank you. I want to just emphasize, I really liked Teresita's modifications to it to make it require that grantees, that OVC is going to modify their agreements and that they're required to give pass-through funds. I also wanted to just comment on item number 1 from recommendation 2, investing in increased outreach. If I understood this correctly, OVC is also providing funds to culturally specific organizations. So what I'd like to suggest is if we can modify number 1 to say it's investing in increased outreach, both by OVC, grantee states and territories, and culturally specific organizations, so that the organizations are directly getting some knowledge or outreach regarding these programs. And then I'd also, I wonder if there's a way to also, as we did these economic summits, which were already approved, can we also recommend that OVC come participate in these economic summits to meet, because we have community organizations that are being invited to it, so we could do it right away. And I don't know, so that would be another one. I don't know if you want to put it in this recommendation or if that they can just be now included as we're going into different states.
Grace, I see you look a little perplexed.
I'm looking at, just in terms of that adding the culturally specific organizations there, are you suggesting that, the main way that OVC interacts with these grant programs is through the states and territories. And so they do have a discretionary grant program as well that is, one big grantee that, as it relates to, but it's also a pass-through entity. And then, so I don't know if that's what you mean, but right now, I don't think they're directly contracting with culturally specific organizations.
I didn't realize since I've been facing this way, I didn't realize the edits were happening behind me the whole time. So that's totally helpful. I think that I'm very open on how to do it. I just wanted to make sure that the cultural organizations were directly referenced in that outreach, whether it's by OVC or the states or both. So if it's, OVC and the grantee states and territories, I'm less familiar with the mechanism of how it works. But just wanting to see that culturally specific organizations are, I don't want to use the word targeted, but, are the ones that are being reached out to. And then possibly saying, for example, through the economic summits, if that's the appropriate use, or if saying that, they should be invited going forward since they're already in play.
I think just putting in the two gets at what you're.
So I'm going to close this conversation, but I think here, Crystal and team, I would just say, as the economic summits are going through, making sure we're inviting OVC to those summits and that they are part of that just as an outcome.
Sure, and I will clarify that the Department of Justice has usually sent a representative to these summits, or at least our past two. We've had someone from the Community Relations Service, though, CRS. We can request to see if it might be possible to get someone from OVC instead, so we will keep that in mind.
Can I suggest, in addition to the federal agency, that the actual grantee states that are responsible for choosing who gets funded at the local level also be invited?
Be invited. Great, thank you. All right, we're going to move forward with Economic Equity Subcommittee. Thank you for the past two recommendations. Yeah, come on.
I neglected to mention our priority issue areas, if I could just mention those real quick.
Yep.
Our priority issue areas are supporting leadership opportunities for AA and NHPI individuals in government, business, nonprofit, and media, education about AA and NHPI communities, standardizing hate crimes and hate incident definitions, increasing resources for victims, preventing gun violence targeting AA and NHPI communities, increasing federal transparency on data regarding domestic terrorism and white supremacist organizations, alternative means of reporting hate crimes or hate incidents, improving federal data collection of hate crimes and hate incidents, and lastly, prevention of anti-Asian hate in all spheres of life, including media, business, education, government, and online forums. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. We're going to move forward with the Economic Equity Subcommittee. I'm going to turn it over to Smita, who is going to introduce, and then I believe she'll follow. Then we'll have conversations.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Okay, so the Economic Equity Committee, I'd like to acknowledge my co-chairs, Ajay Bhuttaria and Simon Pang. Ajay is on screen with us. Simon is with the president in Monterey Park right now. We also have our amazing members, Louisa Blue, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Carrie Doi, who is also with the president in Monterey Park, Michelle Kauhane, Kevin Kim, and I-Jen Poo. And our DFO, our fantastic DFOs, Caroline Goon. Thank you so much for all of your help. I'm going to start by talking about our economic summits. So we, as you all know, the commission, the Equity Committee made a recommendation for economic summits, which everyone approved back in May of last year. The president put that forth in September, and we've started to see the rollouts already as starting January. In January 2023, the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders launched the series in partnership with the Small Business Administration and other federal agencies. It was directly driven by a recommendation from the Commission's Economic Equity Subcommittee. The series is connecting AA and NHPI businesses and community leaders with critical federal and local resources to advance economic equity in this nation. The aim is to host up to 8 summits across the country in this year. Commissioners have been able to attend the summits so far in Philadelphia and Chicago. We had 4 commissioners in Philadelphia. Sarah, Commissioner Min joined us, Commissioner Pang, Commissioner Bhuttaria. I was present as well. And and look forward to upcoming ones next week in Seattle and New York. And Commissioner Pooh joined me in Chicago. We're both Chicagoans, so we're very excited to have that. The summits have included tracks for both small businesses and community nonprofit leaders. Attendees have been engaged and excited to hear directly from regional offices from a dozen federal agencies. Participants are hearing directly from federal agencies like SBA, Treasury, CFBP, HHS, and other agencies about federal resources and opportunities available to small business owners. I should note it was the first meeting in Philadelphia. It was extraordinary. We had both Director Guzman from the SBA as well as Ambassador Tai came. So to have two cabinet level members involved in that first meeting, which again, there should be, I can't even express the amazement with the WIAMPI team because they pulled this together in under 3 weeks, I feel like. They had extraordinary resources. We had an amazing participation by the community. People came in from New Jersey to participate in this. So it's really what the resources available at that meeting. I have to tell you, when I was starting my business, I would have killed for those resources. I mean, it was really an extraordinary opportunity. Same thing in Chicago. We, being the second one, we had a few more people in the room. But again, the resources that were available, we had the regional representatives from HHS and other agencies as well. And we actually, it was funny, in the middle of the meeting, there were at least 2 people that we were able to help solve problems and get them moving on their businesses. So really an extraordinary opportunity. So slide 2, are we on slide 2? Okay. Topics range from federal contracting to accessing capital, to learning about counseling services available to small business owners. Some attendees have even begun the process of starting their own business. And again, I know of at least 2 who were in the process and struggling or becoming a certified minority business as a result of the summit. On the community nonprofit side, participants appreciated getting connected to federal programs and resources on worker and employment rights, civil rights, and more. Participants are also able to aid in the economic development of their community by hearing about resources from regional funders and grant makers who are investing in the AA and NHPI community. In Philadelphia, we had people from the local Philadelphia Chambers of Commerce as well as Philadelphia local agencies that are supporting communities. Same with Chicago, World Business Chicago came. As we know, public-private partnerships are key to ensuring the economic well-being of AA and NHPI communities. We look forward to future summits and the impact of this work. So, thank you all. It was really, I hope you will be able to attend one as they come to your city. All right. Now going on to our priority issues area. So we've seen some of this before, but we've made, continue to refine. Opportunities for small business. As you know, we've sort of broken this out in a few different categories because economic equity isn't just about business, it's about individuals, it's about workers, and it's about community development. So opportunities for small business, increasing opportunities for small businesses, including exports. You'll see a recommendation about that today. Opportunities for small and community banks to participate in federal programming. On the access to job training and workforce development side, worker access to childcare, paid leave, and long-term care across all industries. Living wages, access to benefits and training opportunities, jobs of the future and workforce development, opportunities for AA and NHPI workers, addressing income inequality and wage gap for AA and NHPI women, access for awareness around grants, contracts, and loans, and compliance and regulations. Reviewing compliance and regulations related to workforce development and apprenticeship programs, as well as regulations regarding small businesses, job opportunities, workforce development, and making sure they're inclusive of AA and NHPI issues. We had a number of fantastic presenters this time. As we continue to explore some of our different thinking. Summer Lee Hunani Silva, Senior Advisor for Native American Native Hawaiian Affairs, Office of the Secretary, U.S. Department of Interior, provided an overview of the DOI's initiatives for the Native Hawaiian community, including its draft consultation policies and procedures, Hawaiian Homes Commission Act oversight, and native language preservation efforts. Exodi Rowe, the third Associate Administrator for the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, the Ostabu Office for GSA, Paul Martin, Director of IT Services Contract Operations Division, GSA, and Karina Jackson, Acting Director from the Small Business Compliance and Goaling Division, Ostabu, GSA. They provided an overview of the GSA contracting and procurement process, including the selections, awards, and post-awards process, as well as data related to the AA and NHPI communities. We asked Arun Venkat, I can't even do this. This is my community. Arun Venkatharaman, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Global Markets and Director General of the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service International Trade Administration, who provided an overview of the resources available to small businesses and information related to the increase of global exports from the United States. William Beach, Commissioner of Labor Statistics, Bureau of Labor Statistics, U.S. Department of Labor. He provided an overview of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and shared relevant data requiring industries that AA and NHPI workers are concentrated in, including low-wage industries. So it's been a busy couple of months. And from this, we were able to pull together one recommendation, which I will ask Ajay to present. Ajay? We can't hear Ajay.
Before,
Hold on. We got you.
Thank you, Smita. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Chief Commissioner Sonal, before I move, I'll just take a moment to say this. I'm overflowing with deep gratitude and heartfelt appreciation for outstanding leadership and tireless efforts of Erika Mortesugu and VIP leadership, Crystal Kai, Rebecca Lee, Monica, and yourself, Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah, and our DFOs, Ben Raju, in making the economic summit series a reality and launching the nationwide economic summit. Your unwavering commitment to uplifting the ANHPI small businesses and helping in creating new rural and urban jobs is nothing short of remarkable. I'm in awe of your ability to pull together resources from multiple agencies and implement this initiative so quickly. Your dedication to this cause is truly inspiring. I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done. May I request everybody to give a big round of applause for these incredible individuals. They truly deserve it. Thank you. So moving to the recommendation, the problem statement. ANHPI small businesses face barriers in accessing international markets, limiting their potential for growth and expansion. As a result, they miss out on the opportunities and benefits of exporting their products and services. So increasing exports for small businesses in the US can bring a lot of benefits such as increased revenue and job creation, exposure to new markets and customers, and access to a larger pool of suppliers and partners. ANHPI small businesses are diverse, they have unique characteristics, and they are an essential part of our American economy. But by providing them with the support and resources they need to expand their export operations, we can help them to grow and thrive, which will ultimately benefit the entire economy. So the recommendation is by June 30, 2024, the federal government should provide support and resources to ANHPI small businesses to help them expand their export operations in order to help reduce US import-export trade imbalance. In addition, the steps below will help to bring an increasing number of AA and NHPI small businesses into the export marketplace by increasing awareness of tools and resources available through the Commerce Department, United States Trade and Development Agency, and the Small Business Administration. For small ANHPI owned businesses looking to expand their export via targeted outreach sessions with ANHPI small businesses. increase outreach to ANHPI communities and organizations to raise awareness of benefits of exporting for small businesses, gather and share data on export demands from other countries with ANHPI small businesses, which will establish measurements to track if ANHPI small businesses are eligible, matched, and benefiting from these data on export demands. Finally, provide training and education programs to ANHPI small business owners interested in becoming exporters on how to effectively navigate the export process and identify potential international market for their products and services. Also, we should utilize US consulates and embassies to provide ANHPI small businesses with global market outreach, including matchmaking and network opportunities with foreign buyers and distributors. Develop targeted outreach programs to connect small ANHPI owned businesses with potential international buyers and partners. Increase funding for market research and trade missions to help small ANHPI owned businesses identify new export opportunities. Invest in trade promotion and export assistance programs that specifically target small ANHPI owned businesses. Offer grants and low interest loans to small ANHPI owned businesses to help them invest in the infrastructure and equipment needed to expand their exports. Provide technical assistance to small ANHPI owned small businesses to help them comply with international trade regulations and standards. Facilitate trade missions and delegations to key international markets to provide ANHPI small businesses with the opportunity to showcase their product and services to potential buyers and partners. All these measures will help increase small exports by the small businesses and will directly help benefit the entire country and our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. I'm going to open this up for a conversation. Kevin.
Ajay, I think we had talked about the Export-Import Bank of the United States as well, so maybe, I think it's just inserting it, Commerce, in the first recommendation, Commerce Department, United States, Trade and Development Agency, comma, Export-Import Bank of the United States, and then the Small Business Administration. Do you recall that?
It will go in the first point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I just have a question. And I know during the pandemic, there were a lot of resources that were available, but they didn't make it to a lot of the small businesses because of a lot of the language barriers. And of course, we're the Language Access Subcommittee, right? What were there considerations kind of in some of the conversations with, the technical assistance and the support for, some of the small businesses that may be English as a second language or, those with limited English proficiency? It's more of a question.
Ajay, did you hear that?
I could not hear the question clearly.
I think Victoria was, let me see if I'm paraphrasing properly. Victoria was asking if you put in, if there's any consideration, especially for small businesses with language access and language who have limited English proficiency.
I think that's an excellent point, and we should add it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I would suggest putting in providing training, educational programs. So the third bullet point, provide training, educational program, and language support to AA and NHPI small business owners. Will that address it, Victoria, you think? You take a look. Yep.
That's great, yep.
Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Kevin, are you gonna? No, I'm good. Okay, your card was up, that's why. Anybody else? All right, if we have no comments, we have a break. for 10 minutes? 15 minutes. 15-minute break. Oh, never mind. This is a 20-minute break. Wait, Caroline, hang on. 15-minute break.
Is the camera off? How do we know if the camera is off? Because I want to eat my chips.
And we are back. Welcome to everybody that is online, and we are going to keep moving forward with Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee, and I'm going to turn it over to Amy.
Oh, sorry, I'll start again, and I'll repeat my joke.
It's not a joke, isn't it? The truth.
It's the truth, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm with the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship Status. We are the last subcommittee, but we are second to none to our commitment to the Commission's mission. I want to thank the leadership of Secretary Becerra and Ambassador Tai, as well as our awesome federal team support staff. I'd like to introduce our co-chairs, Grace Huang and Kai-Ying Yang, and the other members of our committee are A.J. Butaria, Simon Pang, and Dr. Robert Underwood. Our ex-official member is Carol Wu, Senior Policy Advisor, Immigration Section, Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, Department of Homeland Security, and our DFO is Sarah Edwards. I think we meet every 5 minutes. No. The Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee actually meets bi-weekly only. Following the Commission's 4th quarterly meeting on February 5 and 6, the subcommittee met January 11th, January 25, February 8th, February 14th, Valentine's, February 22, and March 6. I'd like at this point to, I think we're doing our priorities. The priority issue areas for our subcommittee are strengthening asylum processes, universal legal representation for individuals facing removal, protection for undocumented individuals, improving language access for individuals at risk or facing immigration proceedings, including detained individuals, reducing the immigration court backlog, reducing immigration-based visa backlog, community-based alternatives to immigration detention, and visiting the impact of CARP, Controlled Application Review and Resolution Program on Immigrant Status. Our presenters include, over the last months, include Matt Adams, Legal Director of the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project. He presented on an overview of the U.S. Immigration and Services Controlled Application Review and Resolution Program, including the factors associated to make determinations and recommendations to improve the process. Also, we heard from the Bureau of Consulate Affairs, U.S. State Department. They presented on the processes of immigrant visas, including family-based, employment-based, and diversity issues. We also heard from Mary Cheng, Deputy Director, Executive Office for Immigration Review, U.S. Department of Justice, Lauren Alder Reed, Assistant Director, Executive Office for Immigration Review, also from the Department of Justice. They presented on language access in immigration courts, including how current policies and resources impact decision-making for limited English proficient or non-English speakers. I'd like to turn to Grace Huang to make our, to talk about our problem statement and recommendations.
Hi, thank you, Amy, and
our first recommendation speaks to legal representation, but the problem that we are trying to address is the reality that despite the fact that there are really serious consequences to people being ordered removed from the United States in deportation proceedings, in particular on AAPI communities, that there are a significant number of individuals that go through the immigration court system without access to legal representation. So we know that individuals of Chinese, Indian, Nepalese, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Filipino, and Vietnamese descent were among the top 25 nationalities of individuals who were placed into removal proceedings between 2014 and 2018. The data shows that legal representation in immigration court can greatly reduce the likelihood of deportation. However, less than 50% of litigants in immigration court actually have counsel. Individuals that have legal representation are 5 times more likely to win their immigration, some kind of protection or relief from deportation. And individuals who are detained are 10.5 times more likely to win relief when they have representation by counsel. Let's see what else is part of the background. Folks that have legal representation appear for their immigration court hearings over 96% of the time, often because the attorney can help people navigate the system, letting folks know when hearings are, what the content and allegations are in immigration court hearings, and help folks navigate language barriers. The statistics that I just cited are really unsurprising given how complex and conflicting immigration law can be. Also many people that are going through the process may have experienced recent trauma. They may lack financial resources, and they're unfamiliar with the U.S. legal system generally and specifically the immigration court system. And language access is always a barrier. So can we move to the next slide? So our first recommendation from the committee for this meeting is that we recommend that the commission recommends that the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security, DHS, expand access to legal representation for those in removal proceedings through the issuance of grants to nonprofit and other legal aid organizations with the purpose of providing universal legal representation by taking the following steps. First, the President's annual budget request to Congress that he just did, actually, for fiscal year '24 and for next year also, should include allocations to support programs to provide indigent legal representation for individuals in immigration court proceedings. And the administration should explore what funds are available within DHS, as well as Department of Justice and other agencies that could be used to support increasing indigent legal representation, such as, or in other words, appointed counsel in immigration proceedings in all jurisdictions, including at the Board of Immigration Appeals. So that's the recommendation.
Thank you, Grace. And thank you, Amy. Questions? Naheed?
I think this is a really important recommendation. I'm really excited to see all of the work that you all have done on this issue. It's a huge problem. Thank you so much. One quick question I had is, if the subcommittee discussed, there are so many proposals out there about this, and one of them is essentially creating a public defender system for the immigration court system. And I was wondering if you all discussed that in relation, what made you make the decision to propose that nonprofits take this on and be funded rather than creating a system within government?
We didn't go to the extent of, we didn't go to the level of depth of whether it should be a entire system or not. I mean, my understanding of public defender systems in some places are that there are nonprofits that are funded. And so I think that it'll probably be I mean, I know this is, as you said, many are exploring this issue, and some of it would be dependent on legislation, and some of it would, I think it's contingent on legislation, appropriations, or funding, and I mean, the idea really is that there should be more resources for indigent legal representation, and at least start with the nonprofit structure, because there are such structures that exist, and they could be expanded. Like right now, there are nonprofits that represent, unaccompanied kids, for example, or individuals that aren't competent to be able to participate in proceedings, and as well as in the context of certain populations like survivors of domestic and sexual violence or trafficking. There are those models already that exist, but expanding, I mean, I think this is a first step.
Other questions?
Just in response to that, I wonder, though, if there are risks in applying a model for the criminal legal system to this area of law. But I know it is about access and fully funding access. It would just be a question that I have. But I want to say to the committee that I'm so glad this recommendation came forward, and thank you so much for the work on this. And I think it could have huge implications and just save many, many lives. So I'm proud to have our commission be on the record.
I just had a couple of technical points on the first bullet point. Since the president's budget was just released last Thursday, is there any, I'm not, sure of the process, but is there any room for this fiscal year 2024 where they do negotiations and things to get some of this in? Maybe the staff can help explain that. And then also specify that for the fiscal year 2025, that it's in there in 2026 or what have you. So that's one thing. And then the second thing to Commissioner Qureshi's and Commissioner Pru's points, has the federal government convened any sort of summits on discussing the legal representation and the different models? And maybe that could be a next step where they bring a lot of different folks together to explore that. But thanks for this recommendation.
Grace.
I mean, I don't know about the first one. I mean, I would be amenable to allowing or amending or I would recommend amending the bullet point, since we wrote this before the budget came out, and amending it to include an annual allocation in the president's budget request. But with respect to your second question, I know that the access to justice, or what is it, that within DOJ, there's an initiative that Ana Paula that presented at our Language Access Committee. I know she's part of that Equal Justice Initiative, and I know one part of that ongoing working group is this question of access to counsel in civil legal proceedings for indigent individuals, including, I mean, immigration court is, immigration is a component of that, but I know that they're talking about it in the context of family law, all sorts of issues that impact low-income individuals. And I think the point of this recommendation was to highlight, in particular, immigration proceedings, because that sometimes gets forgotten when there's discussion of increased resources for civil legal services.
I was wondering, would it be appropriate to just say, support the president's annual budget in Congress for FY 2024, and also include allocations for future budgets, future years, to support programs? Since the budget has already been submitted, we would then support the president's annual budget request to Congress, and support and request and that this item should be included in future budget requests.
Can I ask a question? Is it in this year's budget already?
No.
If it's
Oh, I
not-
thought you
if
you
it's
just
not-
said that.
No, they said
No.
to allocate.
Oh, okay.
No. No, so I don't believe I haven't looked at that portion of the budget, but I don't believe there's an allocation for indigent legal representation. There might be for some of the limited, like, orientation programs, but not for actual representation, but we would want to include it for all future
Okay.
budgets.
I think the addition of "and future years" would be adequate.
I think we want to say FY 2025. Because 2024 is already out. Other questions?
Is there any, like, negotiating, like, when, I don't know what the process
I
is.
think once the budget is out, it's much harder to put something into the budget, so almost impossible to negotiate at this point, because it's all negotiating down. So, yeah, I mean, in the sense of like, it's going to come from somewhere else, because the budget picture is already clear, so it's going to come from somewhere else if they're going to negotiate now. So I think it's FY '25. Any other questions? Grace, do you have more? Okay. Please, Victoria.
I have a, excuse me, I have a question about, it says support programs. And so this is maybe, a question for clarification, because what does that look like? And, or is it like to provide the direct indigent legal representation through the courts, right? Or is it support programs? Because how I'm reading it, it's like nonprofits or other organizations. Is that what it was intended to?
Yeah, it was intended to, so right now, there are existing programs, whether they are, funded locally perhaps, or to provide, I know several communities across the country have such programs. And then in some places, your legal aid organization does this work. Like I believe in New York, for example, they've got a pretty robust Defender Association program. In some places, like the Victim Services Organization, that may be doing this kind of work, or like there's programs that support children, that, for example, Kind does that kind of work in some places. So it just depends on, whether the project targets a particular population. We would like to expand it, of course, to as many organizations as possible that have that competency to be able to do the work.
Okay, this was great. Also very happy to see this recommendation, because it's such an important recommendation, and it matters so much to our communities, especially when you look at the statistics that you presented. Okay, we're going to move on to the next recommendation. I believe, Ajay, you are making the next recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Chief Commissioner Sonal. So this recommendation is about individuals who have been residing in the United States on H-1B visas. They face hardship and disruption as job loss results in the risk of losing their ability to remain in the United States if they are unable to find new employer sponsors within 60 days of being laid off. Burdensome H-1B visa restrictions and lengthy processes make it challenging for H-1B visa holders to complete the necessary processes within 60 days. H-1B visa holders face significant consequences when they are laid off from their job. After termination, they have 60-day grace period during which they must either leave the United States, seek a change of immigration status, or have another employer file an H-1B petition on their behalf. If they do not do so within 60 days, they are considered to be in violation of their immigration status. The H-1B visa holders' ability to maintain their immigration status becomes particularly important in the event of a layoff. H-1B workers are fortunate in that they have already been counted against the annual H-1B quota, making it easier for another employer to sponsor them. The H-1B worker is only considered to be maintaining valid H-1B status while working for their H-1B petitioner. However, a 2017 regulation from the USCIS gives H-1B visa holders a 60-day grace period after termination, during which they can find a new employer to sponsor their H-1B. There are several issues faced by H-1B workers that makes it difficult for them to find a new job and transfer H-1B within the current 60-day grace period. First, the job market is currently challenging, and it can take longer than 60 days for H-1B workers to find a new job. This is especially true for workers in specialized field who may have to go through multiple rounds of interviews and other selection process before being offered a position. In today's market, companies are taking 4 to 5 rounds of interviews, which may take several weeks before a candidate is offered a job. Second, even if an H-1B worker is able to find a new job within 60 days, the process of that transferring their H-1 can be time-consuming and complex, and working with USCIS and completing a significant amount of paperwork and may not be done in timely fashion. Finally, if H-1B workers are unable to find a new job or transfer job within the 60-day grace period, they're required to leave the country. This can result loss of skilled workers and labor for the United States, as these workers may not be able to return unless they get a new H-1B in coming years. US tends to lose highly skilled resources, which are difficult to find within the country. Plus, these workers, there's kids may be ready to go to college, and etc. And if they have to leave the country now, they have to, their whole life gets jeopardized. So the Commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security's U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, DHS USCIS, extend the grace period for H-1B workers from 60 days to 180 days to allow those who have lost their jobs to find a new sponsor without threatening their status or the status of their families. And this is in alignment with USCIS based on our subcommittee discussions with USCIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. And just a note, for some of you in your packets, it may be, the order may have been different, so it may be 2 or 3, but we've sort of switched the order on the recommendations. Okay, Smita and Ijen after that.
Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. I just wanted to comment that it's also a useful recommendation given the low unemployment rate and labor shortages right now. So having the access to some of the higher, having access to some of these employees might also be useful for the community at large.
Thank you. Ijen?
I was actually going to ask about the scope of directly impacted people and if some of the layoffs in the tech sector, for example, that have happened recently have affected this population of workers in particular. So are you seeing a increased need in the community right now for this? Because it seems like that would be the case, given all of what's happening in tech in particular.
Roughly what media reports around 200 to 250,000 tech layoff, 60% of which is folks on H-1B. That's what the media reports based on the different news agencies. And these numbers and these people are the hugely impacted people because of the 60-day rule. And I have personally received hundreds of messages on Twitter, LinkedIn, and others, Facebook media, of the issues these workers are facing. And I've been part of several boards, several social media groups where I've been hearing these stories. So does that answer your question?
Thank you, Ajay. Nahid?
Thank you so much for this recommendation, and I too have heard quite a bit about challenges in our different communities around these issues. I just wanted to make a quick note that I'm also looking forward to seeing our commission focus on the visa and other immigration needs for lower paid workers and those who are the most vulnerable due to lack of education, because I think this is absolutely affecting a diverse group of people but there's certainly a large portion of them, it's my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, that also are in somewhat better of a position than some of the folks in our community who are dreamers and in other positions that I also hope we'll be addressing as we move forward.
Thank you, Nahid, an important point. Teresita?
Thank you for that comments. Certainly for lower wage workers, this is not as much of an avenue because it's a premium cost for employers. In Washington State, agricultural workers are one of those that are in high need. And just as additional information for Commissioner Poon, this is a very important issue for healthcare. There's a lot of delay because of the needs for background checks and, checking their certifications, their academic credentials, so this would be helpful.
Yeah, I will say, for a lot of rural hospitals, this is a really important, especially with the lack of nursing, and the nursing shortages. It's, many of the rural hospitals of having to shut down wards for that. Yeah, exactly. Smita, you're, okay. And Nahid, anybody else have comments? Okay, let's keep moving. Ajay, I think you have the next recommendation too.
Thank you, Commissioner Sonal. Before I go into the problem statement for the next recommendation, I just want to share that very quick high-level process of a green card process. Companies hire H-1B workers and bring them to work, and then they file something called I-140, which is for to initiate. They go through labor certification and they file for I-140, which is initiating their green card process. And after many years, when their visa in their category becomes available, EB1, EB2, or EB3, these are the different categories. When visa status or green card becomes available, they file something called 485 and they get employment authorization card, which is called EAD, and which for many countries like India and China, where they have 7% country cap, it can take 50 years, 30 years, up to 100 years to wait time to get to that stage where they can get file 485 and get the EAD, employment authorization card. And what does employment authorization card does? It's like it allows you to work for any employer, and you can, with EAD and travel documents, you can travel in and out of the country easily, and it gives them the workers a lot of flexibility and dignity of work. So this recommendation, with that background, this recommendation says the backlog of employment-based visa, immigration green card visas places an undue burden on the individuals and their families who have approved I-140's immigration petition for alien workers. Some individuals have to wait more than a decade for a visa. This has implications for individuals because it stifles job opportunity and growth. It also negatively impacts the US economy by limiting the workforce and hindering economic growth. So before I get there, I just want to share that the families who are in this issue, they are facing separation in many cases. Individuals who are waiting for green card may be separated from their families, either because their family members are unable to obtain visas or because they are not able to travel to the United States while green card application is being processed. Limited job and travel opportunities. A lot of people, they do not go to their respective countries, even if their family members are, have their funerals or, in ICUs, etc. Lengthy processing time, uncertainty to settle down in life, and reported discrimination at workplace because they cannot leave their job, and limited career growth opportunities. So the recommendation is, the Commission recommends that, and we had internal discussion with USCIS, and based on their alignment with what we discussed, the Commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security, USCIS, grant employment authorization documents, EADs, and travel documents to individuals who have approved I-140 employment visa petitions in the category EB1, EB2, EB3, who have been waiting in the visa backlog for 5 or more years, regardless of whether they have filed applications for adjustment of status. What this will do, this will allow with workers to have increased job opportunities, and they can access to a wider range of job opportunities, and ability to travel freely without worrying of visa stamping or visa appointments, and ability to connect with the family members and be able to continue with their lives, whether kids going to college or buying a home or settling down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Daniel?
Ajay, can you provide a little bit of context as to whether this backlog affects AA and NHPI communities more so than it does other immigrants? Just curious to see if this is a larger problem or focused on our communities.
This is a majority of people in the green card backlog comes from countries with AAPI related countries. There's a DHS immigration rule that only 7% of visa green cards can go per year each country. Some countries have largest number of workers who come on this visa programs from countries like India, China, etc. And because they have 7% cap, I think it's 220,000 or something. Only green card can be issued to countries like India or China or every country. Only the 7% cap. Because of that, anybody who has applied, who has come to US through countries like India or China or other countries, they have to wait like literally now 50 to 100 years before they can file for their 485 and get a green card number or green card, which means that they have been fighting going through legal through Congress. There was a bill called Eagle Act, which was asking to remove this 7% cap, but those are congressional bills which has to get approved to get around this. But this impacts hundreds and thousands of people living in the United States right now, and by doing this administrative process change will benefit all these people.
Did that answer your question? Okay, great. Other questions? Kevin?
Ajay, thank you for this. I'm still a little bit fuzzy about kind of how this all works, because part of the explanation and background talks about, so I-140, when you apply, are you still in your home country or are you here? Because when you talk about separation of families and restriction of travel.
Yeah, I-140, when you apply, you can be applying while you're working here in US. If you're an H-1B worker and you're working here in US, you can apply I-140, and that leads, that basically is on the, once you apply I-140, or you can apply I-140 when if you're processing your green card application through your local embassy, and at that point in time, these applicants are not in US. But
How can you, how can you apply for a green card if you're not here? Like if you're in your home country, how can you?
Those are mostly family-based green card processes, which family-based, so if someone is sponsoring their family member, and they choose, there are two processes, and one is that you are in the United States and you go through the adjustment of status in the United States, or you can choose to get your adjustment of status done at an embassy in your home country. Those are two different processes.
Ajay, I can respond to Kevin.
Yes.
So the I-140 is filed by the employer, and it basically, they're like sponsoring an employee to say, this person's qualified, I have the need for a foreign worker to be able to.
Isn't that for H-1B though?
That's a non-immigrant visa that is limited in time and for a specific job, a specific purpose. And so the difference between the H and, or a non-immigrant visa versus a immigrant visa, allowing the person to come and reside indefinitely as a permanent resident. And so there are different requirements as it relates to, what the employer needs to show around the need for workers, et cetera. But often, as Ajay noted, like people do come on that non-immigrant visa. It's got a time limit, and they are, which can be extended, but the idea is if people want to immigrate and live here indefinitely, then, the employer can sponsor them through the I-140 process.
I'm only vaguely familiar with EB2, which is kind of you want to come and immigrate, but you have to invest in a business, right? So that's not really an employer.
That's
That's
EB5.
E5.
No, EB5 is the $500,000 or now $1 million, but EB2, I thought EB2 is one where you can come and open up a business, and once you open up a business, you can apply for immigration. So anyway, my point being, over all of this, is that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the language when you say, regardless of whether they file for applications of adjustment of status too, because, why would you, I don't know, create more of work for USCIS if you're not even sure that they want to apply for the adjustment of status, like take it for granted?
No, so there,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the point is that they're not eligible to apply for adjustment of status yet because the wait is going to be 10 years down the line or 13 years down the line. So you're not eligible to apply for your adjustment of status if there's not a visa available. And so these folks are, here on a temporary visa perhaps, and then, it's kind of like this idea that you're just in the line waiting for the visa to become available. As soon as you're eligible to get your green card, you can. And the idea is you want to be able to get a work authorization before that visa becomes available.
This reminds me of what Secretary Becerra was talking about when we talk about REACH. I just feel like this recommendation is kind of addressing the entire immigration issue and overhaul that needs to happen. And we're like looking at one little piece of it and making a recommendation, which I don't know is so easily implementable. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, the statute, one of the reasons we made this recommendation is because the statute actually permits this in this narrow context, and the agency has not chosen to do that, and which it doesn't do in other contexts.
So the statute by law is saying that anybody over 5 years, you can waive it regardless of?
No, the statute doesn't specifically say to do it. It's permissible, though, in this context. Go ahead.
May I add, Kevin? Kevin, there's no waiver here. What we are saying is that USCIS issues employment authorization card when you file for 485. 485 is filed when your visa current situation becomes current. So if, let's say, someone is applied for I-140 today, and they're in EB1 or EB2 or EB3 category, when today they are processing green cards for 2012 for India or something like that. So down from 10 to 15 years from now, when they're in the line, when the slots open for them, they will be able to file for 485. At that point in time, they will be able to get EAD. What this recommendation in discussion with USCIS is saying, instead of issuing the EAD card 15 years from now, why can't we issue the EAD card when after the I-140 has been filed and they have waited for 5 years in the backlog already?
Isn't that because you said initially that there's a law I don't know if it's a law or executive order that caps it at 7%, so you're kind of trying to get around a statute that's capping at 7% which is why I'm saying it's such a bigger issue than just these type of applicants.
Yes. So the 7% cap is the number of green cards you can issue per year to each country applicants.
Right.
The 7% cap is not on EAD, employment authorization card. EAD is one step before the green card is issued. After you have EAD, then you wait to complete the 485 process, and then they invite you for biometrics and et cetera, and then they issue a green card. But the number of green cards every year the USCIS can issue is capped to 7%, which is around, every country has the limit, and that's a separate thing. But there's no regulation or around EAD. And if you see, there's a reference in this recommendation, which is a memo which clearly outlines how and what USCIS can do to make this happen. And USCIS, when we went internally discussion, they agreed that if we could consider proposing with 5 years what we are proposing.
Louisa?
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow, because I'm getting a little bit confused. So the 7% cap is overall, right? That's it, right? And then each country has a different cap, or
No,
falls within the big 7%?
Within the 7%.
Oh, that's messed up, okay.
So what happens is that most of the tech workers come from API countries. A lot of the other comes from Brazil and as elsewhere as well. But largest number of chunk of them comes from countries like India, China, Philippines, Vietnam, etc. And because of the 7% cap, while applicants who applied from Brazil or Mexico, etc., their dates are current, which means that if you apply today for your green card, you can get in 6 months or 1 year. But if you are an applicant worker coming from India, China, or other countries, because there's such a 7% cap, which means there's a more number of applicants, let's say 1 million, and only 220,000 green cards can be issued per year for this country, then their wait times become much, much longer, 10, 15, or right now, based on the calculation, people from India can only expect in 100 years a green card. People from China is much longer, and so on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, AJ, I'm just really trying to understand, because if I'm having a hard time understanding this, I don't, I just don't know how we
Maybe Grace is there,
implement.
she can explain it better.
Yeah, so,
Can we
So-
stick to, sorry, Lisa, I
Yeah.
think the problem is, Ajay's added in a lot more information than what is in
Yeah.
this particular recommendation. And I'd
Right.
like to stick to just this recommendation, which is about the EADs. And so did you want to add here?
No, I just wanted to specify, so for the 7% cap that Ajay is talking about, that's for employment-based green cards for everybody across the world, and there's a 7% per country cap. So larger countries like China and India, that have larger populations that are trying to immigrate on employment-based visas, oftentimes in high-skilled visas, tend to have a longer backlog. I feel like we're kind of talking past each other at this point, so it's a different issue, that per country cap and what he's talking about, and then this worker, and Grace, feel free to jump in. I'm not an immigration law expert, but I just feel like we're all kind of just talking past each other right now, so.
Exactly. So what we are not talking about is the 7% cap. What we are talking about is the EADs, and it's the step before you even get to a immigrant visa. And so this is just the ability to work while they're waiting, or to even before you even get put on the list. So it's just the ability to stay and work. So I just want to be clear, because there's been a lot of confusion in this conversation, but what we're talking about, and Grace, please feel free to clarify anything I say, but what we're really talking about here is just EADs. Go ahead, Naheed.
I thought I understood, and now I feel confused. I think the question I have is, so then are we just narrowly trying to address the problem of essentially China and India with this?
No.
We're not?
No.
No.
Okay.
It's for everybody.
It's anyone who has anyone who has
I'm
that.
sorry, I just thought that you just explained, or maybe Crystal
No,
just
I think you're saying
explained.
majority of the people tend to come from that, but it's not, it's for anyone, it would be for anyone that is in that category.
That exceeds,
Yeah.
but the people who exceed it are primarily those two countries?
Right
Right now. Okay, so then, in actuality, we are kind of proposing this essentially right now to address the problem with those two countries.
it's mostly Asian countries. It's not just China and India, it's Vietnam. It's also, it's
Okay.
everyone coming from any of the, it's largely the Asian communities are behind because of the caps. This is why the confusion is happening, but it's not specifically just addressing China and India.
But
Do
it
you
it
want
will
to,
benefit every applicant, I mean,
Grace, do you want to,
from every part of the world.
Okay.
It will benefit everybody.
go ahead, Smita.
I was also going to say, so Sonal, it was very helpful, your comment, but so it's giving them the authorization to work, but also to travel, right? So that, I think that's also part of the thing that's causing a little bit of confusion, because I think the goal of this is to give them opportunities to work. I think the travel makes it seem like you're giving them essentially a visa.
There's something called travel documents, which is called advanced travel documents, which they are issued when they get EAD. And that's part of the process, where you can go back, come back.
Can I just, I think, I want to just clarify. Let's just stick to, this particular is about an EAD. This is not about a green card. Let's just be clear about this. The travel piece of this is just that that visa allows you to move in and out and not be limited because of other limitations that exist. So I don't want to add too much more to this, because this is a very limited authority that USCIS actually has. And it doesn't expand too much further than exactly what's written here. And I wouldn't add more to it, because there's nothing more here other than just the EADs. Am I correct? Naheed?
I just would like to make a friendly suggestion that because there now is a bit of confusion about what this means and what the implications are, that maybe we take more time to look at the language, read, and understand this better before we vote on it.
I'm going to let the subcommittee move on this one. How are you all feeling? Do you feel like there's more explanation here, or do you think it's?
I think the confusion is that, okay, we're just talking about EADs.
Yes,
So are these people here in the United States, the I-140 applicants? They're not
Yes.
overseas, right?
they're in the United States.
Okay, they're already here. They applied for EB1, EB2, EB3. I looked it up. It's extraordinary ability professional workers, right? I was thinking of
Yes.
E1, E2, which is the investment one. But,
No.
okay, so EB is extraordinary workers, skilled workers. They're here in the United States. They're applying for the I-140. They get approved. And in the meanwhile, while they're waiting for their visa to become available, that visa allows them to do what?
Become a green card, get a green card.
Yes, that's an immigrant visa, so that
Okay, so
allows
in the
them to
meantime, they
reside in the
can't
United
travel,
States.
they just have to stick around in the US until that visa comes out.
Unless they've got a valid other visa that allows them to travel,
Right,
yes.
and
Or
so
they
what
apply
we're
for a
just
travel document.
recommending is that now with this EAD authorization, while they're waiting for the visa, since they've already been approved
Correct.
for I-140, that they be allowed to travel. That,
Well, be allowed to work based on the work authorization versus the possible other visa they might be on, like a non-immigrant visa. So for example, if they are on a H-1B visa that ties them to a particular employer, that particular sponsor employer, and they get laid off, or they, I don't know why the employer would continue to sponsor their I-140, but that's another issue. But in terms of being able to get work authorization, even if that visa has expired, the non-immigrant visa, I'm sorry, I'm making it more complicated.
Like, this is the complication of the U.S. immigration system,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
This is, I mean,
that's right.
this is absolutely the complication of the system itself. I just want, the president is speaking in Monterey Park right now. We can go to live stream. And what I might suggest is, let's just hold on this. We can close this discussion, but I want to just hold on this so we can go to the live stream. Zion, is that possible? Ajay, can you mute yourself?
No, they have to mute him here in the room, so that this, fuzzy thing doesn't come. Yeah. I think they've been turning, yeah, yeah. He's muted. It's just, yeah, it's just the static. Yeah. No, that's true.
All right, to everybody that may still be online, we are going to do voting as quickly as possible before the president comes on in Monterey Park. So we're going to start with data disaggregation. Can we go ahead and put the data disaggregation? I believe we had no changes to the data disaggregation committee's recommendation. So,
Second.
all right, hang on. Luisa moves to approve, Smita seconds. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
We have a unanimous consent. Ajay, are you good? Yep. Excellent. Language Access Subcommittee.
Is it up? 988?
This was the 988 recommendation. I believe, again, we did not have any changes to it. There was lots of really good conversation, but no specific changes. So
I move to approve.
Smita moves to approve.
Saijan.
Michelle seconds. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Ajay, great. All right, we have unanimous consent on that. And remember, we have, for both of these, we have three commissioners that are not here. Rayno, Simon and Carrie.
And who?
Reynald is not on the line.
Who's the third one, though?
Simon and Carrie.
Carrie.
Yes. I just want to put it on the record. It's not more anything else, just to put it on the record. We're going to move forward with the Health Equity Subcommittee recommendations. We did have changes here. One was to take out the title, Tiger Youth Mental Health Campaign. We can work through a title, but we don't need that. The second piece was making sure we take into account other parts of our identity, including generational, multiracial, refugee, and adoptive. Does that, Mia, I think this was your recommendation? Great. Run ads with AANHPI celebrities discussing the importance of claiming cultural and community identity, however defined, which are protective factors against racism, homophobia, ableism, and other impacts on mental health. I believe this was sort of the breadth of the conversation that we had, and I think if everybody is okay with that, does anyone motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Luisa, Kamal. So I'm going to give, Luisa approves, Kamal seconds. Everybody vote, please.
Aye.
Aye. Ajay, yep. All right, we are all approved here. As again, 3 commissioners not voting. Okay. Do we want to keep going?
Yes.
I'm assuming the president is still not on. Okay, let's just keep moving. Belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, sorry? Oh, sorry, did we not do all the 2? Sorry about that, my apologies. Establishment of national programs to raise awareness?
Yes.
Right, this is the one where we had monitoring instead of surveillance, data as well as nutritional options, including CMS as part of the list. And there was an addition on collaborating with federally qualified health centers, community, and patient stakeholders. I believe this meets our requirements of making sure that locally sourced information.
I move to approve.
Smita moves to approve. Mia seconds. Everybody vote, please. Aye. Ajay, good? Okay. Unanimous. Again, 3 commissioners missing. Third recommendation, this is collect language access data from federally funded community health centers. So there was a addition here, and the first part is excluding the utilization of family members as interpreters. This is just to make sure we collect the information appropriately, make sure we have the information as a baseline again that we want to start with. But what was also added here, which is HHS should permanently require the collection of language access data beyond the May 11th, 2023 expiration of COVID-19 public health emergency declaration. So this is already on the books. This is just saying rather than have it come off the books, that it would stay, it would become a permanent recommendation. Move to approve. This is already happening, just so you know. This is not anything new. This is just saying, keep doing what you have been doing. Am I right, Teresita?
That's correct, but that's because of the COVID-19 public health emergency declaration. So HHS is actually collecting data from hospitals and all sorts of other providers. So once that expires in May, this
won't do it
requirement
again.
goes away.
Yep.
Yeah, and so all
It's to
the
keep the
reporting
department.
processes will get dismantled, so we want them to keep doing it.
Great. Does anybody,
Move to approve.
Smita moves to approve? Who seconded? Sarah seconds? Everybody vote?
Aye.
Good. Okay. Unanimous again, 3 commissioners missing. All right, should we keep moving? Yeah. Let's keep moving. Belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination. We have, the first recommendation was establishing a permanent staff and agency to support WIAPI.
Second.
Again, it's just small changes here with language. And this is mostly to include in the, continue to include in the president's budget. So the budget gets included. Luisa moves, Smita seconds.
Aye.
Everybody vote? Aye. Okay. We are again unanimous consent. Let's keep moving. Recommendation 2, increase access to victim services. Again, slight changes to add culturally specific organizations and as well as disabled BIPOC organizations. Michelle moves to approve. Sorry, did you have a question?
No, it's disabled BIPOC organizations.
Okay, who seconded? Sorry. Victoria seconds. Vote, please. Aye. Okay, everybody, unanimous consent. Dr. Underwood, I'm assuming you're okay. All right, we're going to keep moving. Economic Equity Subcommittee had one recommendation on increased export opportunities for AA NHPI small businesses. And this added EXIM Bank as well as language assistance. Teresita moves, Smita second. Aye. All right, everybody voting around here. It's going fast. Okay, we'll keep moving. Again, unanimous consent, Caroline. All right, we're going to go to Immigration and Citizenship Status Subcommittee. God, the moaning. Okay, we're going to go through the first 2, and then Grace is going to explain. Grace is going to explain the third one for more clarity. So let's go through the first 2, and then I'm going to hand it over to Grace to just give us more clarity and specificity. Okay. Recommendation 1, which is to expand access to legal representation for non-citizens in removal proceedings. And again, this was a very slight change to just recognize that the budget year had changed and added 2025 and beyond. So Amy moves, Teresita seconds. Everybody vote?
Aye.
Aye, okay. We are approved. Ajay voted aye. I saw his hand. Recommendation 2 is to address the visa backlog for, which one is this? Right, for certain employment-based immigration petitions.
No, that's the one that's been moved. It's the H-1B.
Sorry, H-1B1. All right, there we are. Extend to H-1B. Give visa grace period. There was no changes to this one.
Second.
Teresita, Smita seconds. Everybody vote, please. Aye. Huh? You say no. Okay, so we have Nahid saying no. So everybody yes, except 1, 3 commissioners not here. Okay. All right, now Grace, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, so I'm going to go and explain the employment-based process and what we're talking about here. So if people are immigrating through this process, it means they're there's an employer that has sponsored them and shown that this individual is qualified, to take a certain position, and they're qualified to immigrate and permanently reside in the U.S., get a green card in the U.S., based through this I-140 process. So the employer files that I-140. If it's approved, what happens is then there needs to be the second step where the individual themselves is applying for the green card. And so what happens is there's only a certain number of slots available for green cards from each country every year. And so what happens is for countries where there are high numbers of people immigrating through this process, there may be a very long wait. And as Ajay had indicated, some people are waiting 10, 15, 20, maybe, depending on the numbers of applicants in that I-140 process, they may be waiting decades. And so a lot of these folks are already in the United States. I mean, mostly they're already in the United States because they came years ago on a different type of visa, maybe as a student, maybe as a temporary worker, et cetera. So while they're waiting for that visa or the green card to become available, that immigrant status to become available, the proposal would just allow them to be able to apply to get work authorization so they continue to work lawfully. They've already been approved. The U.S. has already decided, yes, we want you, you're fine, you can become a permanent resident, and there's just not a slot available yet, and so they are allowed to apply for a green card, a work authorization and a travel document to come and go, visit family, et cetera. That's all we're asking, that's all the proposal is, to try to alleviate some of that wait time that folks are facing.
You want to talk about how many people it affects?
Oh, and, okay, thank you. And we believe, based on the numbers from the State Department, that there are probably 200 to 300,000 people, in this particular position, the majority of whom are going to be folks from India and China, but it would impact anybody that would be in that visa wait for over 5 years.
Smita?
So I thank you for clarifying that. I would suggest, and it's helpful to sort of focus on this visa backlog for 5+ years. I would also recommend in this recommendation, you strike the point after the word years and, regardless of whether they have filed application or adjustments of status, and just leave it as a period there, because if it's regardless, it doesn't matter anyway.
Good point. I think I agree.
Okay. Yep, I think he's just, all right, so we're talking about striking that last sentence, great. Sarah?
Phrase.
Sorry, phrase.
Oh, I just had a clarifying question. So someone is sponsored by an employer, but they cannot work the whole time, this whole time while they're waiting? It depends on whether or not they have some other basis to be able to work, but generally, no. For example, if they were a student and their student status expired a while ago, or they, were here on a temporary visa, and that expired. I mean, a lot of these folks, because the wait is going to be a decade, 2 decades. I mean, likely their visa may have expired, and so they're just eligible for, they're a person here waiting for that green card. So, Who's sponsored by an employer?
yes.
And the employer accepts that they cannot work during that period?
Can I offer
So
Go ahead.
I want to add here that
Okay.
if I could answer the question, yes, they can work. President Obama in 2015, via an executive order, gave the DHS and USCIS.
Ajay, hang on. Don't add here because we just need to stick to this very narrow piece. So I'm going to ask Smita to just put in, just hold on.
Okay, so Sarah, based on my understanding of this, and you can clarify, I think I have the perfect case. I had an employee I hired 3 years ago. She was a woman who immigrated here from China. She was on her second master's degree, so she can maintain her EAD documents and continue to work with various employers. She actually ended up getting 3 master's degree until she got finally got approval for her H-1B visa. And so she can maintain her EAD documents, and then now has her H-1B. But I think what happens is your H-1B also has a time limit. So while you're applying for these documents, you're just trying to get that EAD document that keeps you working and eligible to stay in the U.S. Is that correct? So this is my simple case study on this.
It's really just helping someone who has the documents to be able to stay and work. Okay. Are we clear? Kevin?
It's okay, you guys can, I'm just gonna abstain because I don't feel, it's hard to grasp.
How many people feel confused and not able to vote? All right, I'm gonna propose that we just hold on this and get clarity and not move forward with this, because I feel like we've just now confused everybody. And I think we need just some facts and just some clarity as to what the actual number is and what we do. Ajay, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I think we're gonna have to just hold on this one. Please.
Since we're not going to be voting on this, I just have a question about how it impacts sort of that line that people are waiting on. Does this give them more priority if they get on it? It doesn't. So they would stay in the same exact position that they were in terms of the line for the green card. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It is a very narrow provision that just allows them, it doesn't change, this is a great example of how confusing the immigration system is. And also, I think the earlier recommendations of having translation services, which is important, because if we can't understand just this piece of it, it can only imagine what a family is going through that does not speak the language, has to try to interpret.
Can I just, so
Sonal-
for Smita's,
Sonal, may I add
for
one
Smita,
last thing?
Hang on just a second, Ajay. Kimberly just has one comment.
for your case, Smita, if, yes, it's on. So she had to go to school to maintain her visa so she could work. So this EAD thing would make it so she didn't have to go to school, she could just work. Okay, got it.
So essentially, she was in the country, and I think when you have a student visa, you're also given the EAD. And I think that lasts for some period of time. So in order to not have to go to get continued education or having some ability to work, I think that's what the intention of this is. So it's actually an interesting one, because if she applied 5 years ago, instead of going for multiple degrees, which I find to be amazing, she's brilliant, but she could have eventually probably hit this EAD guideline, because after 4 years, yeah.
Ajay? Oh, actually, Ajay, go ahead.
All I wanted to say was that President Obama in 2015, via an executive order, gave the DHS and USCIS authority to issue EAD at a later stage. And this recommendation is requesting to advance that EAD issuance at when the I-140 and 5-year backlog is there. So we are just continuing with what President Obama's executive order was to issue this EAD. At a later stage, we are requesting to advance it, and USCIS is in alignment with it to do this.
Yeah, Ajay, I think the confusion is not in sort of wanting to do it. I think we just need to get some clarity, and the definitions around this needs to be just more clean. So I would recommend we just next time propose this, but just with a lot more clarity and a lot more narrowness. Ajay.
Can I make a comment that's not about this recommendation?
Okay, then let me close this conversation quickly. So just on this particular recommendation, asking that we hold till the next time so it can be more clear with just very clear definitions and maybe a couple of examples that help highlight what that looks like. Sorry? Yeah.
I was gonna say that.
Just
That would be
something that sort of simplifies and sort of shows that. Teresita?
Well, and my lay understanding is that previous presidential executive orders don't necessarily hold succeeding administrations. So if that can be clarified regarding this one, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, we're closing this discussion on immigration. Okay, and EAGs. I think that's it for all of our voting for this time. And so I'm going to move it over to iGen to change the topic.
I wanted to give the Immigration Committee some homework. Which is, I mean, I think the truth is that all of our committees are taking on topics and challenges that are way bigger than what is within the purview of what this commission can recommend, and sometimes what the federal government and its agencies can do. And I feel like that shows up so clearly in the immigration context, that what we can do within the confines of our mandate and what the federal agencies can do in terms of implementing our recommendation, it just feels very constrained. And I just wonder if the committee could spend some time thinking creatively about how we can actually have the right level of conversation about immigration and citizenship for our communities. Like, what should we be talking about? And what is the best way? I mean, these are challenges that is everything from, you know, the root causes of migration and the impacts of climate in the future to what do we do with millions of AAPI community members who are stuck in limbo without status, to the people who are on waiting lists, and how do we have the conversation we should be having about how to address this issue as a community? If you could just spend some time on that, because then I think it'll take the pressure off a little bit what we're trying to do with these recommendations, which are oftentimes very much in the weeds of policy, right?
I'm sorry, I just want to make note, because I don't know for the folks that are watching, right, that if they're in this status and in limbo, right, that I just want them to understand that, I guess as a commission, like we are, we care about these issues. I think that's why we are discussing it, right? We're trying to make sure it's thorough, that it's going to impact them the way that it needs, it's supportive for them. So I just want to make sure that we make note of that, right? That we're not just, you know, we're confused, yes, but we care about this topic. But I think to bring it up in the next round as a priority to clear it up, because it may be, you know, no criticism against anyone, but I think it's just maybe the presentation of maybe some of the terminology and then the knowledge that we may not have had, I guess for the rest of the commission that's not on the immigration, that maybe if it was presented in a different way. So I just want to make note, just for those who are watching that's in this status, right, that is needing that hope, right, is looking to us or looking for individuals who are in decision-making spaces, that, you know, I think we should definitely prioritize this and, you know, make sure that we bring this back up next time.
And I just want to, I want to sort of, you know, double click on both Ijen and Victoria's comments. I think from a perspective of, this is not to say no, this is just clarity so we know what we're voting on and what and if everybody here is not clear on what we're voting on, then we leave with confusion and we vote on something that is not clear to each of us. So the purpose is not to table it. The purpose is to just make sure we're clear about what we're voting on. And to Ijen's point, and you know, as you think about all of our, at the end of our commission report, also to remind people why and for how it will affect all of our communities, as opposed to the details of the recommendations, which are very policy specific, but it doesn't mean anything to somebody if they can't understand why it matters and why it should matter. All right, so I believe we're moving on. The president is now on. We finished all the voting, so I just want to say thank you to all of you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn this meeting so we can stay and watch the president. We do not have to come back to this. So thank you to each of you. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the robust discussion, and we have a lot more to do, so thank you.
And just for
for official record, we officially adjourn this meeting. Thank you all.